Yeah, baby. Wonder if all my bad decisions get accounted in the algorithms. No statistician could dissuade me from my bigger vision. I know my occupation's quite an unlikely place in this world to occupy and talk about upon a daily basis. Our information's predetermined by some biased business. We all in sermon to Silicon that push out lovely neighbors. I'm done with paper chasing, think I'm on to bigger banquets. This that full circle, new wave, energy on a Tuesday. Turn a blue day to a bright hue, yellow with a smooth A in hair. Extra fruit, the brand, you can't move me. The music is man, it's a con job, but this grand. Been blessed with a great hand amongst many that stank. And yeah, it took some hard work, but blind luck play a huge role. And if they say that it don't, then they feeding you fool's gold. And if I know one thing, the truth's home. Even if it's a tough thing to swallow, an even harder thing to hold and truly know without a doubt while on the globe. And even though that seems inherent, it ain't always so apparent. Dangle carrot, you ain't always gonna get it. But don't worry, it's a pretty February in a year with more to carry, and more days is yet to come. Under the sun, taking the ferry to the city, where the moment's extra pretty, like the people, like the idea that I keep inside my brain that isn't equal to the real world. All that stress ain't saving me fear though. I swear to God I'm trying, but they pushing their demons down my esophagus, screaming the easy life, what I want always. Praise made up holidays, tell me that love is the answer just to boost this economy. Buy more, sell now, but I ain't following. I ain't a hollow man, I'm full of them fall winds. Take it all with a tall grin, and if you feel it, do it with me. And just sing what the song says. Take it all for what it is. It ain't all so big. So big, so big, so big. Take it all for what it is. What it is, what it is, what it is, what it is. It ain't all so big. It ain't all so big.
Hello, hello, hello. Hey, y'all. It's me, SB.
Dearly beloved.
And y'all know what time it is. It's Friday. It's Friday. Y'all know what it is. It's Good Friday, y'all. This is not my normal Good Friday time, but I did start doing a show on Good Friday over a year ago. And it's always been a Good Friday since. But I'm late tonight because you know what? I just wanted to be late. I hope that's okay with you all. But listen, we're going to have an outstanding show tonight, and I'm going to get us into it. But before I do that, I actually want to say thank you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your support. Those of you that are a part of SB Nation. Oh, I am so glad that you guys understand me. You know, y'all just don't know how hard it is to be SB right now. I'm just kidding. I love who I am, and I love all of you, and I love the support. Those of you who are on Rumble, I think we actually are on Rumble tonight. Am I doing that? Yep. So those of you that are on Rumble, make sure you are paying attention, subscribing to the channel. And I thank you so much for your support. Those of you on Instagram, hello, hello, hello. Thank you for all your support. And I'm not going to forget Facebook. Y'all the besties. So anyway, all of you all, thank you for supporting SB Nation. And it's been an outstanding ride. So anyway, y'all know what happens on Friday. It's like a freestyle Friday night. I actually recap my whole week, and then I bring you something special. Tonight, my something special will be YouTube content creators are anti-God. Do y'all believe that? They're anti-God. How in the world? Can you imagine? Can you imagine anti-God? I wonder, do they question how they're breathing? I wonder, do they question air, the sky, their fingers, the way their nail beds end and then their finger skin begins? I wonder. Or they just all out here being great all by themselves and giving credit.
They liars, bro. They liars.
Mr. Boss, look, are we going to work together? Y'all see what kind of night this is going to be, right? So anyway, we're going to talk about that. But before we get there, we're going to say hello. Thank you, Mike. Thank you so much. Amazing production, SB. This is all Mr. Boss, guys. He loves this stuff. Bolo, I'm just going backwards. Listen, this is my time now to say hello to a few people. I'm going backwards. Mr. Boss, like, wait a minute. Okay, so listen, let's go in the proper order. Bolo and Mike, thank you so much. Mike, thank you so much for the compliment on the production. Mr. Boss does his thing. I need to let y'all know who Mr. Boss is. Mr. Boss is a silent or a quiet giant type guy. He stays very quiet until he doesn't have to anymore. But typically, he doesn't talk too much. He just does his thing. He shoots for perfection. Take a look. He loves it. He's always elevating himself and always wanting the best. So guess what? I'm his wife. So you would have to know that I would represent a lot of that also. So just in case that's a secret, that's what husbands and wives do. They kind of become one and kind of represent each other. So understand that that is pretty much what goes on. And we're going to talk about that a little later too. But we're going to start now. Jay Prince, what you doing up in here? Hello, sir. How are you doing? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Tended sheep. Amen. All right. Yoshi. Oh no, SBU. I love you both, but please tell both of you are not beefing. Listen, if you haven't figured it out yet, I don't beef with nobody. Nobody. It's the God in me. It ain't me. I don't beef. Black man, how you doing? What you doing today? SB will watch the replay. I got you. But listen, learn lots. I'll see you soon. Thank you so much for being here. Mr. Gilbert, what's up? Christopher Lee, thank you for the $5 super chat. Amazing how men will have zero solutions for the Black community when it comes to marriage, but will be quick to jump down SB's throat. What? Really? You know what the solution is, especially for those that jump down my throat. They don't want to get married. It's real simple. Dr. Steele, what's going on with you? T. Shaw, lovely lady in the house. Hello. Hope you doing well. Eda man, what's going on? This should be good. I hope it is. Drina, hello, greetings. Lady Navo, how you doing? It's good to see you. Cold blood, Rockwilders. Hey. Listen, guys, it's so good to see you guys. I'm so glad that y'all are here and decided to come and join me today. Remember, when you're coming into the live, make sure you're giving me the thumbs up. We would really appreciate it. Dre, what's going on? Keith, how y'all doing tonight? Wow. It's good to see you guys. Thank you so much. Mr. Jimmy, hello, sir. I'm glad that you're here. So y'all already know which way this is going. Most of you all I have seen before. Actually, all of you I think I've seen before. So y'all already know what goes on over here at SB Nation. We give God all the glory because guess what? We actually realized we wouldn't be here or nothing if it wouldn't for him. We actually got that concept. Jedi Mike, what's up? Tell the missus I said hello. And if she's nearby, hey. So we actually got the concept of what God is and how, he moves. Bolo, I think I said hello to you and blessings to Mr. Boss. All right. Thank you so much for that. But anyway, y'all, like I said, we're going to go back to Monday. And like I said, again, this is Freestyle Friday. We're going to speak of YouTube and these content creators and being anti-God and where are we? Mr. Gray, what's going on? What you have to say? What's up, SB and Mr. Boss? Mr. Boss needs to talk more. Very powerful. All right, well, he hears you, and I bet you know what? When he needs to, from now on, he probably will say exactly what I see. Bolo, you ain't got to do no spell check. He will from now on. He's realizing now that he may have to speak up a little bit more. Bon Brian, hello, sir. How you doing? Thank you for being here. But anyway, we're talking about my week here. This Freestyle Friday. I'm going to recap my week and then I'm going to get into it. But I got to tell y'all a few things before I get started. I'm just going to tell y'all about my journey because there may be individuals that are in the live that are not in the comment section that don't know anything about me. And if they don't, the things that you hear are, can you hit that liar button for me? Most of it anyway. He missed it. See, he not working.
They liars, bro. They liars.
He not working out. He not working with me that day. But anyway, so I gotta paint the picture exactly for the way that it is. And that I'm gonna take you back to a year and a half, almost two, when SB became when Security Boss became SB Nation, or Security Boss Unsolicited, actually. That all comes from initially when I came to this space. I just wanted to, I was talking to men in my profession, in my real profession. My husband and I own a security company. And just in case y'all don't know, we're co-owners. I know what that means. Guess what? He's 51% and I'm 49%. I just needed to share that so y'all understand the order of the business that we run. He is 51% and I'm 49%. All right. So we've been married a very long time. So it would actually be 28 years this year in November. Be 28 years. I met my husband and I married him about 6 to 9 months later. I got to tell y'all that because that's important. So anyway, when I got here, I wanted to let everyone know, because of what I experienced in my private professional life with young men that came to our company to get a job. It was an array of different men. And every time I started talking to them, they always wanted to talk to me. And I always wanted to embrace the conversation for whatever reason. I'm that person that people feel as though that they can just tell everything to. Y'all haven't met me in person, so y'all may not feel that way, considering that I'm behind this camera. I don't know. Motivating Vicious, how are you? It's good to see you. So anyway, y'all may not feel that way because I guess you're not feeling me. You're not able to touch me. So you're not getting or feeling my energy. I try to give it to you as much as I can, but you may not understand it because of the way I'm speaking to you. But anyway, that brought me to just talking to them, and they embraced me and we had excellent conversations. But what I noticed a lot, that men really needed people to talk to, and there's really needed someone to love them. And it was a lot. It could have been girlfriend, could have been wife situations. It could have been mama, daddy, whatever the grievance or the conversations were about. They just wanted to talk and they chose me. And of course, my husband used to have to be sitting in the back because, y'all, I didn't tell y'all this. This all started out as an interview for interviews for jobs. And we would talk about that for about 15 minutes and then we'd be on to the next, right? So this is how this came about. So when I got to this space, it seemed as though I was just kind of inducted into the advocacy for men spot. I love men. I do advocate for men. And I've seen and know that men are where, they actually, it's on y'all. Yeah, I got to say it. It's on y'all. You all are in authority. You were given authority from the beginning. I want men to be in their rightful spot. That's all I want. And then I think when we do that, we can get some order. I think when they realize who they are, we can add value back to them, because guess what? A lot of them are very, very broken. And it's because of things that they've gone through over time. And I see that. I've heard about it. They've had conversations with me about it. All that stuff has taken place. So I understand that if we can get our men the value back in them, they can actually lead the situation. Now, listen, I'm not saying all men are leaders in their present form. We have to encourage our men. We have to empower them. We have to, ladies, get back into our proper role in order for them to do the job that they have to do. So anyway, as I go on with that brought my marriage life. And I always say this, been saying it from the beginning. I've been married a long time. I actually like my husband. I do. I'm not saying my husband is perfect. He and I argue, disagree, and all that all the time. And lots of times I bring it right to you all with topics. And we'll be like, I say, me and Mr. Boss was talking about this last night. What y'all think about that? But now our arguments after so long are totally different. We argue, or we disagree, I should say, but then it lasts about 10 minutes and then we're back to doing what we're supposed to do. But all in that, we're still in our roles. I don't get so mad that I tell them, this Negro, you need to go get your own food. Or he tells me, I'm not doing this and that. That doesn't happen. We've gotten beyond that because we now are pretty much one. He doesn't want to hurt me and I don't want to hurt him. If he ever hurt me, he probably would feel as though that he's hurting himself. Probably be tossing and turning at night, and I would be doing the same thing. Can't sleep. So this is why I actually want to promote marriage. Now, in that, I got to let y'all know, me and Mr. Boss had one child, but the child died at birth. So we decided not to have any more children. And I don't know if y'all all know that, but I've said this all before. But I felt like I need to say it again because I think people really know who I am. Now, the one thing about Mr. Boss that y'all may not remember, as I told y'all, he just was different. And the thing that was different about him, it was the God in him. He is a God-fearing man. Although, y'all, he has some things in here, but he is a God-fearing man. And that's what drew me to him. This was a man that said, let's read the Bible, let's go to church. He said that to me, not that I wasn't willing to go, but I mean, he said that to me. He was the person that introduced me to the Holy Spirit and said, let's pray, let's do this, let's do that. He was the intercessor, right? He the one who showed me exactly the way this thing was going to work. So when it was time to get married, let me go back a little bit and tell y'all this. We didn't want to sleep together, but I didn't say we didn't. But the part that was happening is we got to get married because we're not going to do this because we felt so much conviction when it actually happened. It was like, oh, wait a minute. We can't do this. We're going to get married. So that means we went and got married on a Wednesday night, guys. His mom and dad was actually the witnesses, and it was downtown at the courthouse. I felt no need after that to have a wedding or a large reception or anything. I rethered an investment property. Okay, that was just me. And I'm not going to get all into the rest of that stuff, but y'all got to come to SB Nation in order to hear about all the rest of it, about the kind of man Mr. Boss is. He's an entrepreneur, the kind of person I am, the way we mesh together, the decisions we made, the plan he had, the person, all of that. Y'all got to come over and take some time and binge watch SB. That was a plug. I hope y'all got it. I hope y'all got that. I hope y'all did. But anyway, I'm just kidding with y'all, but I just thought y'all should know that because there's maybe a lot of people that don't know who I am and don't know why I think the way that I do, why it's so, what some would say extreme, why I don't move off my square. And it's because I know God is real, y'all. I happen to know that. There has been so many miracles that I have seen in my time that I can't even begin to share those things with y'all right now. I can't even recall all of them. Maybe if we're in conversation, I could share some things with you, but just me being able to just tell you, I really can't. The one that sticks out the most is one of the real estate deals we had. And I told you all once before that we lived in a house that was paid off by who knows who. And it was our house that we never paid for. And they called us and was asking us, what would you like to do to this house? And we was like, what are you like trying to figure out? They said your lawyer, actually, let me tell you, they said your attorney paid for it for you. I'm like, who? What? You know what? The house was paid off. We got the papers for the house. And it was just like, you got to be kidding. That attorney never came and said anything to us. The house was paid off. They came and asked us, well, what do you want to do? And we was like, well, we was planning on selling anyway. And it was like, okay. Now, mind you, this was in a time when we was doing a whole lot of investing in houses. We've bought and sold a lot of houses. Oh, one other thing I want to make sure you all know is that I am a real estate agent, been one since 2001. So I've been doing real estate for a long time. I'm just giving y'all the whole brief, whatever. So y'all can understand why God is real to me. Why God is real to me. When it was time for me to believe, it all became true to me because I got to give somebody God. Because I'm in this space right now where there are a lot of people who have lots of influence and they're giving you nothing. And it's scaring me because I know what the other side looks like. And if I can give someone an opportunity to be on the right track, that's what I want to do. That's pretty much it. So I'm sharing with you how I know that it's real. And then we're going to get into the Freestyle Friday. We're going to catch up and tell you what happened on Monday, and we're going to come back. But I just got to share a couple things with you because I don't think I'm learning now that sometimes there has been no examples of God, the creator, in some of these individuals' lives. And I get it. I understand. And then some of those that it has been an example, they're at the point now, they're talking about free will. Yeah, but, and then some of them are just straight up, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in no God. Okay, so how you breathing? What's your answer for breathing? How about this? Hold your breath. See what happens. So I just kind of I want to give you a clue to why it's real for me, because I do know that I was young one time, but I was fortunate that earlier on I decided and saw the power of God and Jesus, and I decided this was the way I wanted to go. So I was fortunate that happened to me. So anyway, If y'all listen, once I'm done with this, I think me and Mr. Boss are going to drop the link. If y'all have any additional questions, I will be open for that. But I first have to go over this and get to the main event. I know most of you or some of you are definitely here for that, right? All right. So on Monday night, y'all know it was me and Black Man, that dynamic duo. We were actually talking about Mr. Travis Rudolph, right? Y'all know Mr. Travis experienced a traumatic situation by dealing with a woman. Now, listen, on Monday, when I told this story, when we recapped his trial and him being found not guilty, we kept it kind of surface. But since then, I've been thinking about it. And I'm like, wow, I've been hearing a lot of comments from here and there and what have you. So I'm like, wow, and it was some things that I don't know if Travis knew, but y'all already know that I contribute a lot of our misfortune and consequences to being sexually immoral. Y'all know that. And y'all also know that being sexually immoral goes to the fact that you're having sex outside of being married. Now, keep in mind that creator that some of us are totally against, he's told us what sex is supposed to be for. It's to procreate. He actually said, I'm gonna make it feel good so you can have a lot of them. He didn't say that. I felt like he was saying that though. But anyway, so the thing that Travis caught himself in is that he was actually involved with a married woman. I don't know if Travis knew that or not. But if he did, then he experienced a miracle because he actually did delete a young man. He did. And if any of you all know anything about weapons and the law and self-defense and all of that, we all know that once the threat has ran away, like the young men did, they were running away, there's no need to shoot them or there's no need to delete them. And we all know from the video that he actually deleted a young man as they were running away. And actually, I think the young men actually had gotten in the car. So Travis definitely experienced a miracle. And I don't know if he knows it or not, but I hope so. I saw him dancing around, after he got out of jail, out of the court and got home and had some time probably to think about it or what have you. I saw him, he was dancing around. He was very happy. And I'm so glad that it happened this way, but there is another side to it that Travis may have to deal with, But anyway, I want to start with this because this is the beginning of Travis's, from what we know. I want to share with y'all the chaotic situation that brought him to actually being charged with the deletion. So y'all take a look at this video. The video is silent, but I want y'all to see how aggressive it went away. Hold on for a minute. We're going to play that again. But the video is silent. We didn't want the words, but I need y'all to see how aggressive this young lady was to this young man. And this is the beginning. This is where we are, y'all. This is how chaotic we've gotten. When the video starts, they're walking in the home. Well, let me just play with it. Right now, the brothers run out the house. But here we go. Right there, it seems like they were in some sort of conversation and playing it back from what she said. She has just found out that he is actually seeing or speaking to another young lady. So she just beats him upside the head. Then his brother runs out and tries to help him get that young lady off for him. Guess what? She comes back in the house. It wasn't enough. She didn't go home. She came back in the home. So guess what? I got to have some more. So what I say to this is that the fact that she's a married woman, y'all. So she is actually connected to someone else. And I'm sure her and Travis are in the mingling, doing what they do. And it's making us crazy as ladies. This sexual liberation that our young women are actually experiencing is driving them crazy mentally. And they're experiencing and doing a lot of things and making them more aggressive. It's making them yell and just delete each other, delete children, anything, leaving them, starving them. It's just the whole thing about being a woman and a wife. It's totally leaving us. We are turning into men. We're turning into men. They're very aggressive. The nurturing that's supposed to come with us It's not there. That loving spirit, that kindness, that softness that we have as ladies, it's not there. It's just what you see. I got another video that I want to show y'all. I got another one. Pay close attention to this one because this one goes really fast, but I'll talk to you about it right after. When the young lady with the weapon. All right, guys, y'all gotta pay attention.
You aiming a gun? Fight you fast, and you aiming a gun?
One more time for those in the back.
Fight you fast, and you aiming a gun?
All right, y'all. I gotta tell y'all what just happened, just in case y'all didn't see it for what it really was. A young lady came out. She was on. There was some kind of argument going on. She was in her bra. She had a weapon in her hand, and she literally shot the young lady with the camera. She shot her. She had 2 words. She said, "You coming out here and yo," and she shot her. Or she said, "You're holding up a gun," whatever. I don't know what word she said, but y'all, she said about 5 words and she shot her. This is our women. This is our young millennials, probably. I'm not sure how old this young lady was, but this is what's going on. She had a weapon. Yeah, this is, if y'all want credit for something new and different happening and times being different, this is it right here. Women, I would never hear of a woman coming out her home in her bra with her gun and just walking up to a woman without any words shooting her. That's what she just did. She did that. I don't know what happened. I don't know if she passed away or not. You see what happened to the camera. It just failed. Let's play that one more time because I need y'all to understand that this is what's going on. This is where we're going. And we got people, content creators that are, and we got content creators that are anti-God. Y'all, and I can barely say this because it gives me, UNC, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your $499.99 super chat. This may be an excellent time for me also to read the other super chats, but influence without God at its core is the main cause of our world confusion and self-destruction. Respect to the message tonight and the platform. Respect to you, and you know that this is your show. You are definitely the sponsor of tonight's show, UNC, and thank you so much for that super chat. And I think there was a couple of others, Mr. Boss. Okay. Christopher Lee, thank you so much for your $2 super chat. Respect to Mr. Boss for representing his wife. Absolutely. We're going to get there. I'm going slow tonight, y'all, because I need for someone to hear me. I'm actually asking God to use me because somebody needs to hear this. This is a crazy scene when you have a young lady walk out the house with a bra on, aiming a weapon. Because, we used to could talk big junk and nothing would happen. There is no longer a space for expressing yourself. It's no longer a place for expressing yourself. Dre, it's your pure heart, SB. A pure heart is trustworthy. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dre, for that $2 super chat. Oh, wow. We got to say that before we go. You got me on the jump. Mr. Gilbert says, Happy Father's Day to all the fathers. Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. And Mr. Gilbert again. Thank you for your $5 super chat. He says, shout out to Mr. Boss. He saw the light in USB. Is that what it was? I'm glad he did. Y'all, if y'all were here the other night, we're going to talk about it a little bit more, but if y'all were here the other night, y'all heard him say to Trey, Trey be getting him out of his spot. Normally he's back there at his little producer desk. Is that what you call that? A producer desk? He's normally back there at his little producer desk just listening and got these cameras going and enjoying himself from that point of view. But every time Trey says something, it's like, I got to say something. I got to tell him something. So he's always willing when Trey comes up to say something. So I like that. I like that about, Trey. I think there's something there that I'm not sure about. I think he sees himself in Trey. So anyway, what was I saying? We got to do the money line because the sponsor of the show, UNC, we got to give him and all the others. And thank you for your support. Mr. Boss, money line? Did you forget? He gonna get fired tonight, y'all. No, I'm just kidding.
Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline. Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline.
Yeah.
Dearly beloved.
Yes, I'm good. Sugar Bomb. Hello. Sugar Bomb. Violence was never gender specific. Sugar Bomb, you are definitely right, probably when you get to the stats or what have you. But I got to tell you, me growing up as a 20, 25-year-old woman or what have you, there was never in my mind or even on the news a lot where there was a woman that handled a weapon. It was quite odd for me to even know how to shoot a gun. You know, for my husband to even tell me, even when we go to the range to qualify, it's like, what are you doing? It's always a second thought. That's not for a woman. That's taking us out of our femininity and we're being masculine to learn how to actually do that. So I hear what you're saying, but for have this woman come out here with that bra on like that. Now, I'm not saying we wouldn't pick up a bat and like threaten the other girl outside or whatever, but to pick up a weapon and to threaten another female and never open your mouth, it's a big thing. Sugar Bum, at 22, I was outside the club fighting half naked. Sugar Bum, I hope you won. But listen, Jay Prince, I'm good. Thank you so much for asking, and I'm so glad that you're here. Chica, get your woman. We're gonna play that video one more time, and then I'm gonna leave that, and we're gonna complete Monday. Mr. Boss, I want to play it because it's so oh my God, it is violent, isn't it? Well, don't play it no more because we don't want them to strike the video. We don't want that extra. But anyway, yeah, I actually think that video has been taken down now because it was just so real. I hope the young lady that had the camera that was videoing it is okay. But if y'all notice, we didn't hear nothing else. There was no other voices. There was nothing. And I felt as though, and we saw other people around, but that was it. So my point with that is, again, this is anti-God. This is what anti-God, this is what it looks like. I don't know anything about these people, but I can imagine if they had the love of God or if somebody was speaking over them or covering them, this probably wouldn't have happened. But again, things do happen. So either way, we moving on. Now, Tuesday, I take a break. So we're going on to Wednesday. Wednesday is the hot day. Y'all know Wednesday night is normally my Krew season night, but Krew season has been on a break for the last 2 weeks. Everybody's been enjoying their little time off. But me, I know y'all like to see me on Wednesday night, and I like to kind of keep it consistent, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, that type of thing. So on Wednesdays, I'm always still trying to come out and see how y'all doing, bringing y'all a show or what have you. And I bring my crewmates with me, which is Ronan and Ricky. So we had a show on Wednesday, and the topic of the show was basically modern women. They just don't take no for an answer. You can't tell them no for nothing. Now, I need y'all to look at this video, and we're going to talk about it for a little bit. Because when I left there Monday night, that's when I went over to Aaron O's show. I should have just went to bed, but I went over to Aaron O's show, and we're going to get into that too. But first, I need y'all to take a look at this video.
Man should always make a way. I feel like I'm not going to work my hands to the bones to provide. I'm not going to work 16 to 20 hours a day or a week to provide for my family. You're the man. You have the penis. Go get a job. Get 3 jobs. My man has 2 jobs. Go get 7 jobs and 2 side hustles to buy me the things that I want because I'm a woman.
SV, what's your thoughts on what the young lady had to say?
Yeah, she's a woman. woman. It's another one I want to show you also. I want to show the one with the street that was done on the corners. Can you get that one for me? But anyway, no? All right, so it's coming now, y'all. Take a look at this video.
Rather deal with a married man that never tells you no, or your own man that tells you no 45% of the time?
No, I'm dealing with the married man. Nah, I take the married dude. I'm sorry.
I'm fucking with the married man.
Married nigga. I'm sorry. Tell me yes. Everything. Oh, the married nigga. Yeah, give me him.
I will deal with my man that tell me no because I'm going to beat him the fuck up.
taking the married guy because why am I with you? You keep saying no for. I think I'm gonna go with the married guy.
I don't like the word no, so.
A married man.
Married man.
The married man.
A married man. You're my little secret. My own guy that tell me no 45% of the time.
A married man.
Do a married man because 9 times out of 10 we sharing these niggas anyway.
I mean, I guess I'm gonna have to take the married man. Like, why? I need to be told no sometimes. You can't always get what you want.
All right, y'all. So listen, I watched that video and I know y'all just saw it. The question was, would you take a married man that told you yes all the time, or would you just accept your man that told you yes 45% of the time? And since we're in a time where the modern women have said, I'm not answering, I want yes all the time because I want what I want. They say they're gonna take my man. They ain't actually say that. But they implied that if my man was available. No, because married men are not available. They said they would be willing to be the side chick. That's what they're saying. They would be willing to be the side chick as long as the man, the husband, would not tell them no. Now, the first video, y'all, we did a recap of that. And I said that young lady who said, you're my man and you're going to give me what I want and you need to take 2 jobs or whatever to do it. I said she was really a feminine woman. And she wanted her man to be in authority, to be the leader, and she was going to be in her role. And he needed to do that. You know, he needed to make sure she had what she wanted, even if he needed to get 3 jobs. That was kind of wrong, really, really wrong. But anyway, a lot of people didn't think that she was a feminine woman. I'm thinking, why? Why not? What was she doing that was out of place? Because she was ugly? Not ugly in face, but just ugly in spirit. She still was feminine, y'all. Y'all ever heard of Jezebel? Don't y'all know Jezzy had to be pretty darn fine in order to get what she wanted? In order to move the way that they moved, they got to be pretty darn fine. I hope y'all understand that. So that brings me to the fact that the reason why our women are this way is because it's our fault. And I felt like most of these young ladies were mostly, millennials. And I felt like the boomers and the Gen X's were basically responsible for them. And why we're responsible is because we totally made you all entitled. We entitled you. Y'all are an entitled group. Y'all are an entitled group. Now, the fact that you all are entitled is going to bring me to and help me figure out what happened on Aaron O's show later on that night. Because the way I see it, the millennials, y'all pretty much want everything and y'all want it all, and you want it all on your terms. Even the ones who are anti-God. You talk about marriage. Now, in case y'all didn't know, I got to reiterate this. Marriage is and will always be a godly concept. It was something that God put together. That's what it is. Now, you all, listen, different states can try to redefine marriage all you want to. You can do whatever you want. I really don't care, but I'm not redefining marriage. Marriage was there by God. It was a purpose for it. It was a man and a woman. They got together. He said, I want y'all to get together. I want y'all to procreate, and I want y'all to become one. He said, husband, love your wife. He talked to the man first, like he's always done. Love your wife. He says, wives, I need you all to respect and submit to your husbands. That's how it needs to be. That's how it's got to be in marriage. This is what needs to happen. Now, a lot of times I see a lot of millennials reverting to marriage, that concept of marriage that they want. I think they want, but then they want to tweak it. Let me tweak this a little bit. I don't like the part about being one. I might have to get out this thing. This ain't good for me. I don't like the part about loving her because I really don't know what that means, because this is getting ready to be a business arrangement. And I don't see nowhere in the Bible where marriage is a business agreement. Now, I do know, Mr. Boss, it's his time. I do know in the beginning, y'all know earlier on, marriage was a concept that 2 people got together, but their fathers did it. It's actually the father of the daughter. He went and it's like, look, you can have my daughter, and they can try, have sex, and procreate. That was actual marriage way back. That was before the ceremony and things of that nature. Before Ephesians, that's what happened, right? That was marriage. That was what it consisted of. All we had to do was try to have a baby. So that means we were having sex, but it was very purposeful. They were trying to populate. They was trying to make sure they had enough bodies or you kids to make sure things got done. That's what it was. So in other words, there was a duty that was attached to that too. And I'm sure there was somebody around there complaining, but everybody understood their darn roles, right? That's what that was in the past. So then we move forward. And we're here in this time here in 2023. And I'm talking to you about marriage and advocating for marriage and husbands and wife and the nuclear family, because even though back then there was no ceremony and the husbands, and dad went and found his daughter a husband, and it was all put together, the purpose still was the same. They wanted a nuclear family in order to procreate. It was still the same. But somewhere along the line, we've decided we're going to tweak this. And I'm hearing we're tweaking it because the women are just not acting right. Come on, fellas. What you mean? Are you allowing these women to take you off your square? Don't do it. The ones that don't want to be wives, just let them go. If they can't understand that they need to be nurturing, or if they think it's about fighting, if they think it's about shooting, if they think it's about anything that is masculine, you don't have to or need to be with those women, honestly. But if y'all think that adult women are jokes, I got a problem with that. I really, really do. But I'm not going to talk to y'all about it right now. I'm going to stay on this marriage thing for a little bit. Cheeky Banter, SB. Hey, Cheeky, you getting your woman straight. Make sure you get your woman straight before you talk to me. SB, that's not necessary. Correct. Marriage was definitely a business proposal as well. Cheeky, I don't agree with you. How about that? Marriage is a covenant. It's an agreement. If you want to call agreement, if that part you want to make that a business proposal, I agree. And I know what you're saying, that some money was exchange, and that was in the Old Testament. I understand what you're saying, but I'm talking about the marriage in Ephesians. It's a covenant. It's you don't become with one. You know what, Cheeky, we're going to drop the link in a minute because you're going to tell me how it is. We're going to use marriage the way that God intended it to be, and we're going to become in one, but it's going to be a business too. But then I'm going to turn around and tell you, how am I going to divorce you in about 5 years? You're going to have to come and let me know how all that works, because that tells me that you didn't take that marriage thing very serious, because you already talking about divorcing me from the beginning and you never became one with me. So why are we playing this game? I really want to know. But I'm going to let you come and tell me, because I do know that in this new age and time, we have created this new thing that marriage is a business. Now, I do understand that marriage has business aspects. I do. Me and Mr. Boss, I started out with this by saying that we have a business. He's 51% owner and I'm 49%. I fell right in line, y'all. I knew what I was doing. I knew. So, Cheeky, I do want you to just explain that to me. Since that ain't technically or all the way true or what have you, I would love for you to understand. Maybe you could open my eyes to something and maybe I could entertain something else. I don't doubt it, but because you're a smart fella. But you've been after Sugar Bum for a while, so I've been wondering what's happening to you. And I've been hearing some things you've been saying, making me 1 and 2 and 3 times what is happening to you. But either way, I want you to come up and let me know what those things are. But I'm gonna go back a little bit. So when I was got married, it was definitely a covenant. My marriage is definitely a covenant. It was a promise that included God. It actually put him first. And it included my husband. We made an agreement amongst each other. This is what we're going to do. And we took vows. And in that marriage, there are certain things that you have agreed to do. And of course, if we break any one of those things, then we have come or sinned against our marriage. But there's no walking away from it. And I do know that in old times, there were some things that you could walk away. Yeah, he said, I get tired of this woman. Yes, she was an adulteress. I get that. But God never was good with it. Just like now, we do a whole lot of things that God is not good with. And since we got this free will, we think it's okay, but it's really not. Because you know what? Y'all ain't checking for what's real. You're just living. And I'm just saying to you, okay, but let me be the one that enlighten you to some things that require discipline and some truth. Let me just enlighten you to it. Now, once I tell you, you can do it what you want to do it. And I ain't even asking you necessarily to change your life, but I got to let you know that there's a whole nother world out there that doesn't consist of immoral or scamming behavior. There are and liars. Some people are really straight up. Some people actually like being married and are not miserable in their marriages. There are some. There are some. Really, And if I get it though. I get it. We always have to. The world is what's dictating your life. And see, when you got God in your life, you don't let the world dictate your life. You let God do it. See, that's the major difference. But see, I feel like I'm winning. And what I hear you guys doing a lot is complaining. And you don't seem very happy. You don't seem very happy about no part of it. And listen, I don't know if it's the situation, the time of day. I really don't know. I don't know if it's frustration. I don't know if it's church hurt. I don't know. I haven't even said anything about church. I hadn't said anything about religion today. So I don't know exactly what it is. But you got to give reverence to your creator. There's some issues. So that's as far as the women go. I hope I didn't get too far off that. Just let you know how the women don't want to accept no for an answer. They're not accepting no for an answer. And I think a lot of this comes because we have entitled them. And I'm talking about we as the Gen X's. So I am taking accountability for our children, me and Mr. Boss, our children. We have good kids though, right? But they're very much entitled, y'all. They think that they can have every and all things that they want, and they don't want to put out too much. They don't want to, they're the kind of grown people like y'all are. They kind of grown, just kid. Some grown folks that'll sit up and tell you that they bored. What grown up in marriage would tell you I'm not happy? That's so immature. Who does that? That is not an effective measurement for a marriage. Who is unhappy? What the heck is happiness? I don't even know. I have no idea, y'all. What is happiness? When I ain't nothing to explain, Mr. Boss. I don't know what happiness is. I'm good. I know when I'm sad, but I guess I just kind of walk around here happy because I don't let nobody steal my joy. But happiness? I'm bored? What are y'all talking about right now? What makes you happy? Getting your way? Buying a Louis? I've done all of that. So what now? What you got? What do you have? So that's what I'm trying to say. It's like, what are we doing? I'm bored. You're gonna ask married people, are you happy in your marriage? What do you mean? My husband don't make me happy. I'm not a kid. I realize I gotta pay bills. I realize I might not have no money to go shopping this weekend. It's the middle of the month. I may realize all that kind of stuff, and I might be like, "Oh, sad." And what? No, I'm not. I'm good. I'm satisfied. I'm fulfilled. I've done all these things. I've accomplished things. I have stuff. Now what? Now, if y'all gonna tell me maybe SB, we gotta wait till we get your age that I feel that way, I can agree with you. But I think it's best to be on the road of having accomplishments instead of sitting back waiting for somebody to make you happy. It doesn't make sense, y'all. It really doesn't. And maybe y'all can help me with that. So that's going to bring me, this is all bringing me to Wednesday night. Once I ended my show with the entitled Girls, we went over to Aaron O. And y'all shout out to Aaron O. Aaron, I love you. Aaron is my co-host. Aaron and I work very, very well together. I have no issues with Aaron, none whatsoever. I don't think I ever will. He is like the bomb. I can't say it no other way. Aaron O happens to have spoken to Mr. Boss a few times, so he is definitely familiar with Mr. Boss. So I'm not gonna call us family, but we're very, very well acquainted, and we support him. That's just it. I don't often go to his channel because I do realize that in these spaces, and I didn't know if Aaron O. I don't see Aaron being a representation of a Fight Club channel. I don't go to Fight Club because I don't wish to argue or even disagree with the young man, because I'm gonna have my opinion, guys, and I'm an adult woman, and I know often that you all speak to younger women who might get enraged or what have you, and they may not stand on their square, or they may not have an opinion that is strong as mine. And the reason why my opinion is so strong is because I've lived enough life. I know some stuff. I paid some bills. Y'all, I don't know everything, but I may be able to tell you a little bit about most things. And if I don't, I'll shut up and I'll listen. You can ask Cheeky, you can ask Aaron. When them two fellas are telling me something, I'm like, yeah, we into it. We having a conversation because them two have been blessed. They have wisdom beyond their ages. It's just what it is. I see it. I feel the energy in it. I can't help but to respect it. And that's just how it is. I respect all men, but I do definitely demand respect from all people too. So that's what brings me to, again, I say, to Aaron O's show. Now, when I got over to Aaron O was talking about actually men. I can't remember the title, but the concept of it was the men asked the proposal, and I think maybe they have power, might be messing this all up. And then who has the power in the relationship per se? And of course, I'm going to say I think the men, because the men actually are the ones who have to have the proposal. Men have to ask women to marry them. They do. And if that proposal never comes, then the woman would never have anything to say, I do too. Now, Aaron has shared a couple of videos, one video with me where he showed me that a woman has gotten on her knee and asked her man to marry her. But let me just tell y'all a secret about that video. This woman had to be at least 2 feet taller than this man. And she really was in her masculine position, but she was in her feminine role. She got down on her knee, right? Really? No. So my only comment was this is very funny. But the interesting thing that happened is the same time she was planning to ask him to marry her, he was also asking her to marry him. So that told me that they pretty much felt the same about each other, meaning they were loving each other. And maybe it was going to be a good relationship where she could have been a cooperative wife. And that was actually what I said. And it was funny to see him. But again, she was 2 feet taller than him. So guess what? Some people don't care about the 6 feet, 6 figures and all of that. Some people don't care about that. She got her man, y'all. So anyway, we go on, and then that was funny. And then, we just laughed about it, went on, but we got into it a little bit. We don't have a video from this, I don't think. So anyway, I'm going to bring a couple of people up in a minute. Mr. Boss is going to drop the link, but we go on in the show and we continue to talk about marriage. I talked about, just like I said a moment ago, marriage in the olden days. And I know Chicky's going to come up and he's going to straighten me or enlighten me to something. Maybe I don't know. I appreciate it. But I just let the guys know that reality is when you marry a woman, you're marrying them for life, because the piece of paper is not what actually puts you together. You cleave to one another. You leave your mama and daddy's house and you go out together and you build and you become one. That is the marriage, y'all. That is marriage. And then, it also goes on to say, if a man decides to get a divorce, he better not marry another one, because if he does, he's an adulterer. Now, something I want to add to this. Now, I didn't talk about this last night, but I don't know if y'all know it or not, but adultery in some counties or states is actually it's illegal. It's a misdemeanor. You can actually go to jail for being an adulteress and a bigamist, just in case you didn't know. Because I often get the question, SB, why do we need to have this license? I'm telling you, the reason why we have our license is because it was a law of the land. Where I live, it's a requirement, and I don't think it's a requirement in every state or county that you should do that. But where I live, you get a license to be married. Once you do that, you got to be a certain age. You can't be married. So they're certifying you. They're making your nuptials legal. Now, if you don't want to be legal and recognized by that state and that woman agrees to marry you, hey, if y'all been screwing, you're already married. All right. So Cheeky, go ahead and hit that link. It's there for you if you're still there. And I want you to come on up. And just a little bit. I think Jay Prince wanted to say something too. I'm willing to listen to what Jay Prince said, but we're going to talk. We're not going to do that loud over talking craziness. We're going to have a conversation. And I would appreciate it if we can do that. What was that? Wait a minute. What was that? Somebody said so. I want to see that comment. I can't. Was it Sugar Bomb? Okay. So anyway, I was saying, so we talked about marriage a little bit, and I said a little bit. Salam. I'm waiting. That link is for Cheeky right now. So I'm gonna have to ask you to drop down, and then we'll do it again. So we talked about marriage, and then we kept going talking and got into different things, and we were having a good conversation. And somewhere along the line, Fatty, the one that really don't believe in God. Y'all know how Fatty, you know, the one with the upside down Maserati symbol on his head. I say that all the time because y'all know I got a Maserati, right? And his is upside down. So that guy, I don't think he's anti-God. He's anti-God. He's all about himself or somebody. I don't know who he's about. That one. Y'all know. Y'all see him. He on the thumbnail. Him. He decides he was gone or had something else there. But anyway, he pops back up. He was on the panel. I'm not saying he wasn't there, but he pops in and, you know, Fatty don't like what I talk about marriage. Anybody that is anti-God would not like what I say about marriage because y'all know I tell women. Oh, okay. Thank you, Cheeky. I tell women that want to be wives to preserve themselves, right? And then for some reason, he constantly tells me that I'm telling women to manipulate men. So I need to let y'all know something right now. Ladies and gentlemen that are in my live and those of you that are watching, please, I'm going to speak very slow. When it comes to being accountable and taking care of yourself and being a better person and being the best version of yourself and having a relationship with God, it's between you and God. A man is not involved. If you're a woman, a man is not involved. And if you're a man, a woman should not be involved in that process. So when I'm giving instructions to women, I'm talking to the woman only. So my instructions to women, if you want to be a wife, I need for you to preserve yourself. What that means is I need for you to look into whatever it is that God has said it requires for a woman to become a wife. Preserving yourself in body, spirit, and mind. Stop having sex if you're having sex. Because what sex is, you're really spiritually connecting. Actually, you're marrying people that you have no intentions on being with. You're giving yourself, you're giving away all your virtue. And then you want to look up one day and be like, oh, I'm a virtuous woman now. No, that's not how it works. You have a time where you need to build virtue. Virtue is not necessarily about being a virgin. Being virtuous is about high moral standards, y'all. So we got to elevate. A virtuous woman can't be about all things. She can't be the one that sits up there. Okay, I'm not going to say certain things. She can't be naked, y'all. She got to be modest. She got to carry herself a certain way. She can't have her breast all out. I got to be really good when I do this. She may have to be what y'all call bougie or sedity. She has to be a standout, y'all. She can't be just like every other woman. She needs to have her virtue. Now, her virtue is connected to her vagina and her femininity. So she needs to learn how to cook, how to clean, and she needs discipline in her life. This is all a process, especially if she doesn't have it. See, that's what sex does. Sex screws your mind. It screws your brain as a woman. I know y'all ain't, but it does. It had you thinking that you can do exactly what the man does or whatever do and just be okay. But you're kidding yourself because y'all know if you're out there doing too much, you're wondering if you're pregnant. You might be a little rank, might have an STD. You you're just not comfortable. You're not good with yourself. You got so much going on in your mind because you just took in, because we are receivers. You took in sperm from somebody that you don't even know or like. Now you're wondering like, dang, I drank too much. You did that too, right? Over drinkers, all of that stuff is just, for me, it's just too much and you're not virtuous. Women that get married are virtuous women. So that should be our goal, is to become virtuous women. Now, the process of that is definitely a cleansing process. We have to just stop all this extra. We got to get our bodies in shape. We do. If we carry too much weight and we just, we got to turn this thing around. I'm not talking about becoming a 6. I'm talking about do what looks good and feels good for you. Don't kid yourself, y'all. We got to look good. We got to be sharp every day. It's a presentation. A wife has a presentation. She stands out. You know her and you see her when she's coming. You can't just say anything to her. You can't just, it's actually let me tell you something. I've heard men say this often. There's some women that will sit in an environment and y'all can talk about penises and having sex and all that with that woman right there. Jay Prince, this kind of goes to what you were talking about. And that woman would be right there. But if it's a woman with virtue and she's respected, when she comes in the room, you're absolutely right. The conversation changes, and it's supposed to. It is. Now, I get what you're saying, Jay Prince. If you want to continue on with what you're saying, then that woman shouldn't be there. But I don't know. It's an open panel. You know, if Aaron didn't say this, then hey, I don't know the situation. But you are exactly right. The conversation does need to change, and it will, because you'll understand that this person is here, and we need to respect her as men. Now, men do that. That's what a man would do. Now, the boys, y'all gonna keep on with your little nasty talk or whatever, and then it's up to that woman to exit the building. So you're right in some forms. In some ways, you're very, very right. So anyway, I wanted to tell you. So me telling women to preserve themselves and become virtuous women, Fatty doesn't like that, because he thinks, you know, when I'm talking to him, he's always adding things. You know, I'll just say that women need to preserve themselves, but then his example, SB, you're not right. You telling women they had 3 kids. You know, you want the men, telling them to tell the men that they can't have no sex with them unless they're married. I've said none of that. None of it. You know, it doesn't have to be. It could be a virgin woman. It could be a woman that has 1 child. I don't know. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I say, ladies, if you want to be a wife, you need to be a virtuous woman. It's time to start doing the work. Preserve yourself. You need to have discipline. You don't need to be laying in the bed with a man and think you're going to be disciplined. You can't do it. So anyway, Cheeky, are you ready to come up? Can you come up, Cheeky? We would love to see your face. Uh-oh. So anyway, and then whenever he speaks to me, then he always says that he always says that I'm manipulating. I'm telling women to manipulate men. So I got to thinking, and I'm like, why is he saying that? What is he talking about? Why is a woman having value so manipulating? Why is that? What's manipulating about a woman having value and being virtuous? I don't get that, y'all. What is wrong? Why can't a woman make a mistake if she did and decided, you know what, I made a mistake. I'm going to account for that, but I'm no longer going to live in that mistake. I'm going to be a virtuous woman because I want to be married. So I'm going to elevate myself. I'm not going to be a part of this type of behavior. I'm going to do these type of things. Why can't that happen? I don't understand. So that always gets underneath his skin. And he always makes my point of being, wanting women to be virtuous and have value. He always makes that about the man and say that I'm manipulating the man. And I'm thinking, you know what? There's so many women out there that are now sexually liberated that you should really have enough women out there that you can have sex with. What's the problem? I don't understand. Go have sex with the women that are willing to have sex with you. And the ones that want to be wives, they'll let you know that they're not going to have sex with you. Problem solved, right? So anyway, that really gets his goat. So he's always trying to, I guess in his mind, debate me, but I'm not a debater. I have conversations, because the reality of it is, if you're giving me information, I'll definitely listen to it, but I'm not going to change my mind about God or about the fact that marriage is covenant and how to perform or to carry yourself as a woman or a married woman. I'm not going to ever change my mind on that. So there's really no debating it. It's just, I'm having conversations with you and I'm giving you my opinion. Now you may, like I said, you may have something to share with me and I appreciate it. I embrace it actually, but that's about it when it comes to being married. And all I'm saying is this comes from being 27 years in on being married. That's all. That's the only place it's coming from. And me going through crazy things, all types of things with Mr. Boss and sharing all those things that I go through or have been going through. I even told y'all before that, I packed up the whole house. I think I was in my second year. We were in our second year of marriage, third year of marriage. I packed up the whole house. I was getting ready to leave. That was on time right there, babe. I was getting ready to leave. And I could not, my husband's like, okay, look, why are you leaving? I could not articulate to him for nothing in the world why I was leaving. I just didn't feel good, y'all. I was in that happiness stage, I suppose. Got a question? Tea leaves. Hello. What's the difference between a debate and a conversation? A debate is, in my opinion, when you're trying to get someone to change their mind, or you're looking for them to, like, you would take you're debating their point. They're trying to win. I'm not trying to win in conversations. Debate, I think, is one wins. Their opinion or their their opinion actually comes off stronger and more likely believable. When I'm in conversations with people, I'm sharing, and I'm one of those people that stands 10 toes down. It's certain things that you are not going to sway me on, and God is one of them. And I hope I answered that question very well. But a debate is something that is winning. A conversation, there's no winning. It shouldn't be. It should just be us, going back and forth. So anyway, getting back. Huh? Oh, take you a second. Okay. So getting back to it. So he always thinks that it's manipulation. I want y'all to help me out with that. How is it manipulating for a woman to be the best that she can be? So that makes me question him a lot. But he is who he is. But it makes sense now. So the question was, he came out and was like, SB, and I don't have the video, y'all, because it's just too much. I'm not trying to necessarily call anybody out like liars or whatever. I'm just telling you what happened for content, because it is what it is. I believe in women. I always tell you all, I love women, and I want you all to be the best versions of yourselves, and I want you all to be wives. If you felt Aaron, hello, sir. How are you? Hey, Aaron.
What's going on, SB?
I didn't expect you here, sir. It's good to see you, though.
Yeah, I had to sneak in here. I just start tuning in, so I'm a little behind. Forgive me if I'm not caught up.
Oh, no. This is not like that. You know that. This is more, I appreciate you having me. This is more a rundown on the show. It's not a recap as though I'm playing a video or anything. I'm just reiterating marriage, and I'm talking about those who are anti-God and why they wouldn't believe the concept of marriage and what it actually stands for. So that's basically where I was.
Okay. Do you think that being indifferent is anti?
No. Okay. No, not at all. I think saying that you're anti is anti. Okay. Maybe not using those words, but like saying things like F that God and F religion, that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah, that'd be pretty clear there.
That would be, that's kind of, that's not indifferent. That's just saying, or saying that I'm an atheist, that type thing.
Okay.
And this is just not fatty. He just on the thumbnail, but I've heard several content creators say things like that they're atheists. Yeah.
I've heard it. Yeah.
Think about it. Slow down and think about it just a little bit.
No, I've heard it. I agree with you. I've heard people say that a lot as well.
Yeah. So I'm not just talking to, and my major concern is the influence that they have on others. That's a big deal for me, especially when it comes to a concept of marriage. So, but I do want to ask you, thank you so much for being here. What was your takeaway if you had time to go back and look at all of it? It was a 5-hour show. You have not. Okay. I'm
gonna tell you this. I have not looked at a second of it. People go back and watch my show. I've almost never rewatched any of my shows ever.
Okay.
So that's fair. I listen, I rarely ever do. So I don't even know. I still don't know, because my audio, when everybody's talking to this show, I'm gonna be honest, my show has over talking, which like a lot of shows can have, but it's never been that crazy for that amount of time. So I couldn't hear a lot of the stuff that was said. So I do probably need to go back to try to get a gist of it. But I know other people have already went back and, I just think sometimes these shows, I don't like for people to get caught up in the moment of a show, because honestly, after 24 or 48 hours, you won't feel the way you feel. You'll, like, if it's a big blow up, somebody else's turn will be the big blow up. And so I don't, I like to let things settle. So I don't give immediate responses afterwards. I'm very calm in that, because you might not be as angry, or you might be even more angry depending on the individual. So I definitely need to go back and listen. But I do know Cheeky was there, podcast was there. It was a lot of content creators. So the show's a different dynamic when you're full of content creators, but they listen differently. Even I know Cheeky couldn't hear us that much more than me, but I know podcast listening skills are next level. So,
he was a little off because he said I said something I didn't say.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to get in the middle of that.
No, I know, because when he said I said it, I was surprised. I was like, did I say that? So when I went back, but I can understand why he would say that. You couldn't hear.
Yeah,
you couldn't hear. But if you intently listen though, and you looking at what I'm saying, then you heard me exactly what I said. But if you didn't have an opportunity to do that in the moment, then he wouldn't have been able to hear me. Exactly. So I get it. And it was no big deal anyway. It was, it was no big deal that he didn't hear me, but he did say something I didn't say. But
no, he's not infallible. He can be wrong, but I watched him consistently over time. He generally hears a lot more than most people because the way he listens a little different. But he can be wrong. I mean, all of us can be. Me more so than not, but I speak the least on my own show. So.
Right. You sure do. But guess what? It doesn't matter. It didn't hurt anything. I mean, it didn't, you know what I'm saying? It didn't hurt anything. But I do want to ask you though, because I'm hearing that your place now is, and you didn't say this, so I'm asking you, is your platform now considered a male space?
No, never has. The problem is it's open to everybody, even people that most people don't like or they think I shouldn't like. So what happens is I deal with women really well. I talk to women really well. They like talking to me. However, a lot of guys don't care that they're women. They're like, you can get it just like a man can get it. And they don't really want to separate that. And so they don't know how to balance those two. So the women come on to my show because honestly, they'd rather talk to me. I know that. But there are other guys, and they're open to engaging with conversation with the guys as well. But those guys don't necessarily always do well with engaging with women because they don't want to view them as women. They want to view them as equal participants to prove points a lot of the time. So it's never been a man space. It literally is a space to have conversations, to bounce ideas, challenge ideas, and give perspectives. That's literally all it is.
Well, let me ask you a question then. With that being said, is there equal amount of respect amongst the women from the men?
What do you mean by that?
Because I noticed the other night when I was on the show, I pointed out that, like you said, everybody was talking over everybody and nobody really got upset. And I thought that, that makes sense to me. It's like, okay, let's do it this way. Let's just keep on going. It's good. But when I did it, it all of a sudden became stay in a woman's place.
Yeah. So
that young man has got to be my child's age. So, my next response would have to be where I am in my space. I'm here with my husband. So
yeah,
where else would you like to put me?
Tea Leaf said, no, they'd be debating on there too. Yeah, it's a debate space as well. Like I said, conversations, challenge ideas, and you can debate. It's literally open for all of that. I would say that from what I heard, the issue wasn't necessarily the speaking over.
Okay.
It was the statement or something like that. Mind you, I couldn't hear. Y'all had a better engagement than I had. I heard you said, I'm going to cut you off or I'm not going to stop talking. And I'm not saying you did say that because I haven't watched it, but that's the information that supposedly triggered the issue. Because if you talk over somebody, hey, let me go, it's fine. But if you say, I ain't going to let you speak or no, that's where they're saying the issue lies. I don't know if that happened, but that's
okay. So and you're right. And that information was given by a little podcast.
Okay.
Right. Is that what you're talking about? When he and said, okay, see, that's what he said was wrong. That was incorrect because I didn't say that. Okay. What I said is, I'm not going to let you say that. That is not correct. You don't know what goes on in people's homes. I said, and that's not true. That's what I said.
No, fair enough.
Those are exact words. I shouldn't say exact. It might have been in different orders, but that's what it is. That's what I said. So that would make all of that untrue. Okay. But that doesn't matter. I'm just saying, that would still go to me cutting them off. But I'm sure Cheeky, you back there now, if your video is working, if you haven't seen it, pull up. It starts at about the 3-hour mark. Tell me exactly what I said. And then we can go. We don't have to go from there. If you don't want to do it, I totally understand. But
Cheeky likes to do it.
Okay. But then he probably already knows then that's not what I said. But if that's what he's leaning on to say that was what made him upset, then okay, I can understand that he wouldn't have heard me. Okay. Because there was so much going on. So again, issue. But I'm going back to what I'm saying though. We all talked over each other and it was not an issue. And all night long, everybody was saying, give me a minute, or what have you. You like that? Brittany B, you said, I'm not going to let talk. That's what I said. That's not what I said. Okay. I said, I'm not listening to that. I'm not accepting that. It's the truth. I'm not going to hear that. That's what I said. I listened to it, but Cheeky's going to do it. But I think that's what little podcast said I said was what you said, Brittany. I'm not sure. Anyway, I'm sure y'all gonna let me know, because that's what he said he got upset about. But either way, it went on, and we're gonna go on from it. The whole part about it is they didn't let me talk the whole night.
They ain't let me talk either.
They didn't let you talk either. You know, they didn't let Chicky talk either.
You know what it is? Like, my ultimate goal is to try to take different angles at conversations that most people have, because we ain't inventing nothing new under the sun. Okay, most people I didn't had that conversation 40 years ago, young buck. It ain't nothing changed. So we all didn't had conversations. I just try to take an angle in which we don't simply approach often and give a spin to it. Now, unfortunately, because I hold my thoughts close to my chest before the show, because I like in real time for it to be interactive, I don't necessarily give my full thought in the titling and then the way I'm going to design the conversation. What happens is, in conversation, people are passionate. They interject their personal views on things and sometimes their unbiased view, and it shifts the conversation away from the point that I would interject. And I'm fine with it, because we can always have another show. We can always add later. I like to see where people are going, because most people, when I have conversation with them, I had one today, and this person said, I never thought about it like that. That's all my goal is, to make you go, you know what? I didn't think about it like that. And that's what I try to do. And so those shows that I try to design, they get people a little passionate, and they are, some of them are very debative. They like to debate more than not. When I'm speaking with women, I want to hear their side. And unless a woman goes, I want to challenge you, that's the only time I'm willing to counter them and prove that you're going to have to basically outmaneuver me in this conversation. But so that's what happens a lot. If a guy feels like you challenging them, they're like, okay, we're mano a mano now. You're going to have to out intellect me or whatever the case, or prove your point better and things like that. So that does occasionally happen. But it's one show, and that's why it's so crazy. But hey, they dynamic.
Well, it just, it's okay. It's all good. But that brings me to the fact that it probably would, if it wasn't that, it was going to be something else, because that was just, but I do think that was just what happened. That was just happened to be the topic at that moment. So it was going to be something else, because we don't think alike. We have totally different beliefs, and it's just, I believe in marriage. He absolutely thinks me telling women to have virtue and be virtuous is manipulating to men, which I don't get. That's not the woman for you. Move on. So I don't understand, I don't understand the dynamic in his, I don't get it. We're two separate people on two different, spectrums of the world.
I think that the complication happens where I believe with you. I believe what you say. I believe you believe what you mean. I believe you can do the things in which you're telling other women to do, because you have done it. But the men are, and like I say, I don't even think it's the older millennials. I actually think it's the younger millennials. So there's a distinction there, because the older millennials are more married than we actually speak about. It's the younger millennials, and then we get into Gen Z, are the ones we're actually speaking to. And the women that they're dealing with are not those women. These are not those women. Now, they may have all been those age. They may all like boys in high school. They may have similarities, but the environment is totally different. Even when you look at marriage laws, they have actually been updated. So we can't even say the laws are still the same from back then. They have been updated. And so when these conversation comes up, I know for you and your beliefs, it's bigger than just a law. Like so I understand where you're coming from. And so when the guys like, I'm listening because I believe in listening to people that know more, been alive longer, and give them a certain level of respect. That's me. That's just how I think it. You've been alive for 50 years. It takes 50 years to be 50. I respect that personally. So I've always respected an older perspective or a different perspective, because like you said, I'm living through both times. You ain't lived through both. And I said, you're right. You're absolutely right. So I'm going to listen. A lot of people don't feel that way. They don't think just because you've experienced more, learn more, they don't care. So it's hit or miss with depending on the person. And so I only really give the pushback when sometimes you'll say, that's your wife for life. And I go, yes, SB, I understand. But the way it works is follow the laws of the land. So we got to do that too, right? And the laws don't necessarily coincide with some of the views there. And that's where a lot of the pushback becomes. But I do absolutely understand what you're saying and know it would be true for you, because these women don't have morals. They don't have characters. You know why? Everything that I do is based upon me. It ain't both based upon nobody else. You know what they say? I want my lick back. So because you did something to them, they gonna respond based upon what you did and not about who they are. So that's a lot of the confliction we have, and that's why this whole line about their body count thing. This is why I push so hard on them. Not because I care their number is 50 or 60. The fact that they know they can lie and their character ain't strong enough that they shouldn't lie, even though they could get away with it. It's just those things that for me that really push me. So it is what it is.
I want to say two things. Brittany, if you are looking at the video, go back to the 3-hour mark. What I think if you're saying, wow, I said that, my fault. I said that because they told me I said it. I just agree with them. If Aaron, if you can remember, they told me I said
wasn't
that.
fighting nobody because I couldn't.
I just said, okay. If I said that, forgive me. So that's what I said. But go back to the 3-hour mark and tell me exactly what I said. Because when they told me I said, I just looked up in the air and I said, I don't think I said that. But if you say I did, okay, that's what I did. But I want to say this, Aaron, I'm glad you mentioned that. We do have to marriage for life and laws of the land. And you're right. You are right. But that's the conversation. That's not a debate. That's a conversation because we can easily look up the laws right now and see what actually we have to live by. But when we're talking about biblical times, the way to be a person to be married has nothing to do with a paper or a ceremony. Agreed. That was the point. That was just what I was talking about. But what they've created is alimony, and that would have been a good conversation for us to get into. But something happened because when I turned around and asked the question, I said, "Well, guys, how long do y'all think you should be married?" And you was like, "I like that." Question. We was trying. That would have brought us to the laws of the land, and then we could have completed that and moved on. And that's where I don't know what happened actually at that time. I really don't. But in order to complete that conversation, I needed to know that. What are y'all thinking is fair about? Because guess what? I've been married to Mr. Boss 27 years. He's going to take care of me for the rest of my life.
Oh, no doubt. I talked to Mr. Boss. I know exactly.
Well, not because I'm just saying, period.
No, but I understand. But that's why I said you saying these things and it being true, I accept it. But when we projecting onto these women in this generation, it's going to be a fight. Because I see these women every single day. And I'm sorry. I had this lady from New Orleans today. I had a conversation with her. And you know what she said? These women out here mean.
Well, then hold on for a minute. Wait a minute. So, Brittany, if that's the case, why are you in my comment section trying to correct me if you don't care? If you don't care, don't say anything about it. If you're gonna get it right, get it right.
Oh gosh.
It wasn't an argument to be had. If the man, I disagreed with them because it was no big deal to me. If they heard me say something, but then when I went back and listened, it wasn't what they said. But if you don't care, don't come over here trying to correct me. How about that? It's just that simple. Well, why don't you just block her? We don't need her here anyway. Okay, whatever you need to do. But anyway, Aaron, I'm sorry about that. But my point I'm trying to make is this. When I, like, for example, when I say for life, for example, I'm just going, and these numbers are not right. When I say that, what's his name? The guy that played basketball, Jordan.
Michael Jordan.
Not Michael Jordan, Michael Jordan. Yeah, Michael Jordan's first wife, right? He gave her how many millions of dollars?
Oh, he gave her a lot of money. A whole lot of money.
Is he not taking care of her for life? Now, he could have broken down and gave it to her monthly.
That's an interesting way of saying that, but that's not how.
I didn't get a chance to say it. Yeah, we said alimony, and then we went to how long would you be in life, and we didn't even talk about how much money a person has to have. We didn't get there. We just boom, and then we went the other way.
I get it. I get it.
So that's what happened.
Yeah. I get it. 100% with you. It would have moved the conversation to the space that we could have got a more productive conversation. No problem. I don't disagree. That's why I listen a lot. That's why I go, let me be quiet and listen. That's what I do.
Okay. So anyway, but we're gonna do the super chats. Okay, let's see. We're still waiting on Chicky. Is Chicky okay? Is he here?
I don't know.
Oh, he preparing. Okay, Eat Man. Why don't she just ask twice? Ask man time. Why don't she just ask twice? Ask man times. Do you know what he's talking about?
Eat a man from the South. He can't speak properly.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on for a minute. I'm from the South too. Stop.
No, he told me that. I'm look, them his words, they not mine. He told me that.
Eat a man, I'm very interested in what you're saying. Can you please say it again so I can maybe get it right? A contract exchange exchanges one good for another, while a covenant is given oneself to the other. I like that, Demetrius. See, Aaron, there's a difference, but that was for cheeky. So we're gonna hold that thought. Thank you for
That's
your $5
interpretation, though. So no, I'm not falling for that one. No.
What giving oneself to another, a contract? What you mean? Which one?
I think both can be true, and I think people can find a way to make both positions and point of views be accurate. So
no, I agree with you. There is a such thing now as a marriage is a business. I agree with that. That's a true thing. But that ain't the one that works. Those are the ones that be asking for prenups and what happens in 5 years when I get divorced. That's the difference. There's no promise. There's a contract. It's no, you know.
Yeah, but then we get into the debate: do we actually need to go to the courts and get a legal marriage under the laws of the land? And then we get into those things are not part of the laws of the land when you talk about the covenant and things like that, and got nothing to do with that.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Granville, thank you so much for your $2 super chat. He says, Aaron. Oh, hey Granville, how are you? So Aaron, okay, slow down and say all that again. When we get into the laws of the land about legal documents,
some things are beyond these laws of the land.
Tell me what you mean.
When you speak about right, taking care of a woman forever, right? Now, we don't definitively know what that means, right? Because I understand what it's supposed to mean, but if I give you 25 million and you're like, oh, you should be good for life, does not mean you are going to be good for life. You can run through that 25 M's that we agreed upon legally. That's you. We good now. We got an agreement to separate and split. And I ain't giving you no more. And she come back 5 years later, like, I didn't spend 25 M's. I ain't remarried. I'm gonna need a little bit more. No,
you're right. That can't happen. No.
That's why I said there has to be a line. And the men are kind of like Mary J. Blige. She ain't feeling the way you feeling right now. She ain't trying to hear that about that $30,000 a month. I think that she got to pay it out.
Yeah, and she probably got to do it for life.
I was gonna break that down. I might still break it down with cheeky.
No, that's what you mean. She don't feel like she probably. What you mean is because she a woman? She was one making the most money.
Yes, she said, a man.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Man. She said out her own words. I got the clip.
No, I agree with you. I mean, no, she got to pay. It's whoever makes the most money. But see, I'm a one pot girl, so it's if she's making however amount of money, she should have just paid them off, gave them one lump sum in the beginning, and called it done. If it's legal and been signed off by the courts, that's how it goes. Whatever Michael Jordan did, I don't know how much money it was, but
see, I don't like
Juanita's supposed to have lived off that for life.
Yeah, she most likely will be good. And I wouldn't say she's not deserving of it. That's not my argument, because what I found is that I don't even like to argue about rich people and their money, because most rich men think differently. Take that money, I'll go make more. That's how they mind work, because they typically do go make more when rich people get the divorces. Most of the time, they're going to make more money. It ain't an issue for those type of men. But that's on a whole nother level. That ain't gonna happen for us regular folks. When you talking $100 million, we ain't have no conversation with them. And here, take your 50, and he still got 50 M's to play with. He gonna turn that 50 to 200 M's, like Jordan turned this sale to about $3 billion. So it's not the same. Like if I got 150,000 in my pension, and you take it, you want 75,000, whatever. It ain't as much money. It ain't as much money to play with. So I'm gonna be a little more frustrated, and it's just a difference.
Okay, so the question I have to ask then is, when we talk about alimony, I'm not talking about alimony and child support, I'm just saying alimony. That typically applies to, I'm asking a question, to how much income would a man make or have to make, or woman, before that actually applies to them, do you think? Because I don't think it's an actual number, but for you, what would you think?
It's a negotiation. So a lot of times people talk about the alimony and say, most people don't even pay alimony. The reason why is you negotiate alimony. If I just come up to a divided number that we agree upon and we split, there is no alimony that has to be paid. But if we don't come to that particular agreement and alimony is the agreement, then it has to be processed like that. And there's many reasons why people would rather pay alimony than to divvy up every single asset and liquidate them and cause all type of taxable events, as opposed to paying you something over a set amount of time or a bunch of years where it's different tax implications. So I understand why alimony exists for certain people, but most people don't have alimony, not because they can't be forced to pay it, because they negotiate differently. And those are the two biggest differences. Most people ain't paying alimony because we agreed, take 50% here, and that's the end of it. But you could make somebody pay alimony if you don't agree to the other alternative.
Oh, so wait a minute. Let me read Miss Maxie.
Oh, Moxie.
Now, it's a O. It looks like an A. She says, "I'm happily married." Did you tell Fatty you was happily married? You sure he didn't tell you was lying? Because that's what he liked to tell people. Like, isn't that right? Shouldn't people be lying when they say that? But anyway, Moxie, at Team Fatty is not anti-God. Well, that's what he says. He said, I get rid of that this ish, that religion and stuff. I don't believe in that. So, if he doesn't believe in it, he probably should stop saying it. As a Christian woman, it went away. I don't see it anymore. As a Christian woman, you should have more kindness in your, I can't see it.
I'll read it. Okay. As a Christian woman, you should have more kindness in your heart, ma'am. I don't know.
Oh, and that would be kindness to what? To not say what is she meaning by that?
Let me read it. I don't know.
We might drop the link for you to come up and say what you have to say, because I'm a straight shooter, because I don't think you know me well enough to talk about kindness in my heart. If somebody tells me they're anti-God or they're atheist, I think I should respect them and believe it, instead of trying to push my Christian values on them or the God in the Bible. I think that was more respectful. I think that would be more respectful and the thing to do. Okay. But maybe not. Maybe you don't understand that. So anyway, Trey says anti-opposed to or against. That's what I say. But anyway, Aaron, where were we at?
We were just discussing alimony, and I kind of talked briefly about why some people pay alimony. In my opinion, I'm not an expert at that, and then also other situations where a guy having $100,000, he could be forced to pay alimony. It's just it's negotiated differently when you're not playing with that type of money, because the tax implications are not the same. So I would just take half of Mary J money, but she didn't want to do that. She didn't want to do that, so go ahead and pay this alimony.
Well, she gotta pay. And she might. Okay, so listen, there's another part to this. We talked about how they have to pay or take care of their wives or husbands, whoever's making the most money, unless they marry another person.
They're not gonna marry.
Okay, you say they're not gonna marry, but listen.
$30,000 a month.
Okay. You talking about
there and be like, yo, he pay, and that's what make men go crazy. You taking my 30 bands, you having a boyfriend in the house, you ain't gonna remarry, so I ain't gotta pay no more. That's what they typically do.
Okay, but now we're talking about people with lots of money. Okay, so we're gonna stay on people with lots of money, or are we gonna talk about average?
Well, average people are not typically paying alimony. They are typically negotiating a payoff amount because they just want to be done. They're not facing these type of. They don't think about money in that aspect. So they're not going to really pay alimony like that. Unless a woman is super smart and she's like, I'm going to have them pay me for over the next 3 years until I get on my feet. And like, if she structures something like that, most women and men want to get out of the situation.
So then if that's the case, if we're talking about, so then it wouldn't be an alimony situation. But if we have an alimony situation, then you have to actually, I just don't think we're going to have a lot of it. But again, I know average people who make average salaries who don't pay alimony, but you remember that part I mentioned about how they still taking care of their significant other or their ex, go over mow the grass.
Unless I got to pay alimony, I don't see. Like, yes, I understand those dynamics of marriages. Yes, I know what you're talking about. Yes, but the obligation is on a personal level. It's not on a legal level, right? When you're talking alimony, that's a legal level that I have to pay her legally, or I can be, basically, I don't know the right word to use, but essentially I could be penalized for not abiding by that particular agreement. But if she promised me her body for life, right? Because however you want to talk about it, I promise you protection and provision, and you promise your body to me. However you want to look at it, she ain't got to give her body to that man no more. Like,
I agree. I said that even in marriage, she don't have to give her body. I agree with you all. I totally agree.
But the difference is when you make the comparison is not just because a legal obligation and a personal obligation are different. As long as it's my personal obligation to take care of you for life, sure, I accept. But when you talk about legality and I might have to go to jail or they might take some of my money, no, that's not fair.
I didn't say any part of it was fair. I actually agree with you. I agree. I don't think it's fair at all.
So you think men gonna get the short end of the stick in that aspect?
But don't I always say y'all get the short end of the stick? But I also tell you this is the truth. Just like child support. Don't I tell you all the time? Well, not you, but don't I say all the time?
I
Child
don't
support.
mind paying my child support. I don't think I'm ever gonna have to pay child support, but I don't mind paying.
Child support, men get the short end of the stick, no matter what. It's a wrecked system. I say it all the time, but it still exists. You still got to pay it, and you still go to jail if you don't. But should I tell you, oh, don't pay it, and then you don't, and you go to jail? Is that the proper way to handle it? No, I got to tell you the truth about how it works. This is how it works. I wish you wouldn't in this situation, but this is how it works. These are some options you can have. Go down there and do this, and that. But alimony, when people have real money, is a real thing, and it almost equals out to the rest of your life, and it all depends on how long you've been married. Say, for instance, a woman was married to her husband for 20 years. He is taking care of her for the rest of his life. 10 years. 10 years is probably 10 years, 5 years, or whatever. I don't know the numbers exactly, but I bet he still got to take care of her for another 10 years after that marriage exits. I bet you.
I think that's how it used to be.
Oh, used to be.
I don't think that's how it is no more for the younger folk, but they not even getting married at 22 no more. So it could be a southern thing too, because they got that southern, so it could be a southern thing because us northerners, we's freeze, so we's a little things difference. So
well, it could vary from state to state too, but I don't know that. But I do know people who have money pay alimony, and you just have to do what you have to do. Well, so I say stay married for life.
Nah.
I do.
They not.
See, that's crazy. That's a crazy thought. If you're gonna do it, why wouldn't you invest all your time and energy into becoming one with this woman and staying married for life? Why would you want to even think of this breaking down after everything you all built together? If indeed you're building.
If I'm gonna tell you why, because I'm in agreement with you, but you can't touch another man.
Of course, why would I touch another man?
But that's what I'm saying. I'll take this money, and I'll be like, yeah, she ain't got no man. I still take care of her. But a second a man come around, and you like, I'm still getting this money, so we can't get married. That's what typically happens.
I got you. I understand.
So that's the difficult part. Otherwise, it's reasonable as long as she not messing with no other man, because that's typically the case. Guys ain't tripping. Ain't no man in this house right here, right? Like that. It's okay. So I get it, but that ain't the case. They want both. Let
me say this though. He got him another woman, and he been living with her for 20 years.
Yeah, but he paid. He still paid.
So it's okay.
I'm like,
it's okay. I got you.
I'm still paying. And the second you say I ain't got to pay no more, go ahead, do what you want to do. But ain't gonna be no man around as long as I'm paying. That's essentially how we design.
No, that sounds very fair. I wonder though if it's even a way that he could go back to the courts and report that, hey, she entertained another man. She got another man in her house. I shouldn't have to pay alimony anymore. I wonder. I've never heard of anybody doing it, but that would be
lazy. We ain't got enough money for them courts. They too lazy. They don't want that money.
Well, you paying her?
Yeah, the courts, but they not gonna put a committee together, so they gotta go chase down the woman. The court's not about to do that. The women barely don't even want us to get mandatory paternity tests, so they definitely not gonna let us get the alimony money back. No.
Guess what? That's something that y'all can fight for. Hello, guys. Cheeky and Eat a Man. Hello. How are you doing?
A lot of people don't know what they're talking about. What's up, Cheeky?
What did I say that's wrong, Eat a Man? If you're gonna come up here and disrespect, go do it the right way.
I'm just saying people don't understand how alimony works. They have no clue. What they do is they take people like Dr. Dre, who was married for 25 and 30 years, and they try to apply that to regular people. That is not how that works. See, if you understand, alimony have terms. So you got less than 5 years, you have 5 to 25 years, and then you have the 25 and up. So when you look at people like Dr. Dre, who was married for 20 plus years, 25 plus years, he had to take care of that woman for life because the majority of his income that he made was with that woman. But if you're talking about a person that only been married for 4 years, for example, he only had to be able to restate her when they talk about alimony, where she was at 5 years before she got married. So they didn't have nothing. She's really going to get nothing. But say, for example, they're trying to put her back in the position she was before the marriage was. So a lot of people just don't understand alimony. It's like layers to alimony that people just don't understand.
So listen, Eat a Man, we got another video, one more video before we get into the last part of the show. But Eat a Man, do you know of a amount of money, income that would apply to? Is there a basic number?
Yeah, so basically what they do is they put two people income. So say if she's working and he's working, they want to see how the difference between. So if he's making 50,000, she making 50,000, he ain't getting no alimony. He might have to pay some child support, but they are different. Alimony is really designed for people like in my situation. My wife is a stay-at-home mother. She have no income, and I have a lot of income coming in. So that's how alimony was designed for people in the situation where that person couldn't provide for themselves and they would be at a deficit from the marriage. It's not for two people making $50,000 a year. That's not how.
I agree to that. That's why I say I'm not talking about these rich people. Like it's really no point of speaking about that because that's not most people's situation. It's not typically going to happen, but most of the time it's negotiated out.
Yeah, majority of the time, a woman don't want alimony for someone that's making less than about $200,000 a year because the alimony is not going to be equivalent to the house. Most of their finances is typically tied up in the house or it's some type of investment. So she rather actually take half of the property or liquidate the funds because she would get more money to be able to get on her feet than her taking $1,000 a month paycheck. So that's why we don't see it with people.
So the only thing I want to ask you, because I don't know definitively, alimony, is it mandatory or is it negotiated?
It's not mandatory.
Well, it's not mandatory. Okay, so I am right about that because I like I said, I'm not an expert on it. I know a little bit, but that's why a lot of these marriages, when they dissolve, they come to an agreement. We don't want alimony. Give me this, that, and we agree to this, separation and this amount of assets. And it doesn't always have to be part of the deal, but other than that, it has to be negotiated. That's what I understand.
So yeah,
so wait a minute. Oh, I'm sorry, Eda Man. Go ahead. Say what you're gonna say.
Like I said, what we do is we sit in these situations and we look at people like Jeff Bezos, somebody who's a multi-billionaire. He had to write a check for billions of millions of dollars, and the only reason he had to do that because how much money he had and how much money he made while they was together. He's not entitled. He's not entitled to pay her for money after the marriage. Everything he produced after the marriage, she's just getting her fair share of what she helped create. And I don't think there's nothing wrong with it.
Now, I don't know about that help create part. We not
about
to do that. Just because you married to me, let me just ask you: if I tie you up in a basement for 20 years and you was just in there, I fed you, right? But I was a high performing CEO, right? And I was making all this money. You gonna then find out I had her locked in the basement for 20 years. You gonna come out and say she helped you make all that money for the last 20 years, or you gonna be reasonable and be like you was making that money with or without her because she was locked in the basement?
Aaron, that is very extreme, sir.
No, but I understand it's extreme, but it's for a reason because we all.
Why would you tie your woman? What woman is gonna let you tie her up in the basement for 20 years?
The point.
Cheeky, no, Cheeky, please go ahead, Aaron. Why would you tie your woman up in the basement for 20 years?
No, I'm not going to tie my woman up in the basement for 20
I get
years.
what you're saying, but my whole thing is even if you have a woman that is a housewoman or housewife.
It's the point that just because you married to somebody don't necessarily mean they contribute to that you making that money. It's not truthful. It's dishonest. Even we just say it just because they were married.
No, I'm giving pushback on that. I don't think a man would stay married to a woman for 20 years if she's not invested in him. Not for 20 years.
We know.
Wait. Why do we see this?
I don't agree with that. Aaron, what you drinking? Aaron, what was that?
That's vodka. Water. I need it for security boss panel tonight. I can't do it.
Okay, y'all tell me this. Okay, let me make sure I'm understanding this. Y'all are saying that a man is staying married to a woman that is in the basement and locked up for 20 years, meaning she's done nothing to contribute to his life and his wealth, right? Are we saying the same thing?
Yes, men will do that. Men will stay if they have children, they'll do it for dutiful reasons. This is the conversation.
Wait a minute. Though. Children, you can't add children because that means I did something for you.
Okay, fine.
Fine. So you want to get paid for those children?
No. Well, hold on. Wait. Hold on. But let's not add children. The fact that 70% of women are initiated divorce is letting me know the mindset of one party, not the other. Right? You can't sit here and say that a man won't do something when all the stats are showing women are the ones leaving the marriage. So yes, a man will stay if he chooses that woman. He chose her for a reason. Maybe he just like quiet women who need to be in the basement because he don't like noise. And women tend not to be the quietest people on earth. So maybe he got himself an exceptional wife in that case, right? Maybe that's the help.
I think you're kidding yourself when you say, and you're not giving women any credit for anything. If you think a woman is married to a man for 20 years and she didn't contribute to him, that to me, I think that's a wrong statement. I need some men to come and tell me that this woman did nothing.
But again,
wait a minute, hold on.
That's not the statement he made.
He said didn't contribute to his wealth, right? That's what we're talking about, ain't it? Okay, Aaron.
No. What was said was, why do we automatically assume that when a man makes millions or fortunes or whatever, that woman is deserving of any portion of it? We don't know. The assumption isn't that just because you're a billionaire, your wife should get $1 billion. That why should we assume that? That's not the case. If we actually quantify some of the things that women do, you can put a number on it, and most of the time, it is not worth $1 billion.
I'm not accepting that, because what I know is women who do contribute to it. Listen, Cheeky, I'm not gonna let you say that. No, that's exactly.
Matter of fact, I do have the video pulled up in the timestamp, by the way, if you want to.
Let me answer this though. But you all are not giving, and I understand why you wouldn't, but you are not giving a woman, a helpmate, a real woman, a wife, credit for what she does. You're trying to put a dollar amount on loving, caring, nurturing.
You just added a variable.
Listen, no, I thought he said the things that women
you just
do.
try to corner us and say
no.
Like every woman.
Wait a minute.
I thought you said the things that women do. You didn't say that. I thought you did. Tell me, Chica, did you or did you not say that?
About what?
The things that women do. I thought you said that. You did not?
No, it's in reference to what Aaron was initial point. That's my point. Aaron's initial point is whenever we start having say what now?
I thought I heard you say if we just add up or tally up the amount of things that women do.
Okay, yeah. I'm talking about tangible things, right? I'm talking about things that are able to be grasped, right? Because you can say something's not about money, but then let a woman find out she's not getting any money during a divorce or whatever the case may be. She's not going to be happy. If it's not about money, then why we have these conversations about alimony? That means alimony shouldn't exist. That means we shouldn't take care of women because financially none of that matters. She should have just been grateful to be in a loving relationship while it lasted. And once it's over, it's over. But that's not how we operate. So we can stop saying it's not about money.
What I'm saying is some women deserve some money and some don't. And just being his wife is not saying, oh, she was his wife, so she definitely can.
So that she deserved money because he was his wife.
I'm saying it's possible that she did. It's however very possible that she did not. So I don't like the default that they was married, so it's only the portion that she's deserving of. No.
Well, I'm arguing, Aaron, that it is impossible for a woman to be involved in your life for 25, 30 years and haven't contribute. Now, we can argue the amount. Hold on, let me finish, Aaron. We can argue the amount. We can say, okay, she might not be worth 37 billion, or we might say she's not worth this. But it's like almost impossible for her to not contribute at all. And your whole theory of tying her up in the Facebook is saying that she didn't contribute anything to this man being successful.
And that can happen. Are you out? Okay, let me give you proof. Let me give you proof, right? Is there a way that I can prove that there are men that were married, gave half their money away to a woman, and made 10 times more, 100 times more after she left? Can I prove that? Is there a way that I can substantiate that?
Yes, and the reason you can substantiate that is because they still had $37 million. I can give you $37 million, and it'd be easy for you to go out and make $50 million.
No. You know that's not even accurate because if you don't know what you're doing with money,
I said you, Aaron. No,
we're not using me. I'm not personalizing. I can give you money. We're not personalizing this at all. The point that I'm saying is that some women have contributed to their marriage as far as it comes to the financial success that a man has had, and some women have not. And he still made it happen in spite of her being there.
Here's the comment. I'm gonna run back what was said, right? Just give me a second. I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it word for word. Either man says.
Either man? Okay.
Either man says this. She's just getting her fair share of what she helped create. The assumption is she helped create something, right? When you hear the words help create, you think about tangible. So for example, if I own a tech company and somebody says, she helped him create that tech company, the first thing that's coming to mind is, oh, so she's a 50% owner. Oh, she's a coder. She does something, right? Something tangible that actually adds to the business.
was your safe space.
But instead, what you guys are talking about is tender loving care and looking after the children, which he can get a babysitter to pay for that as well. So again, when we start looking at the things that are tangible and we really start putting a dollar amount to it, it typically don't equal up to the amount that a lot of women are looking for when it comes to these big tech or big money guys. I'm sorry, I'm not saying women are worthless, but I am saying no woman is worth $1 billion. That's crazy.
But y'all are creating this environment that you say you don't want. You're creating it because if a woman needs to go out and learn, let's just say how to code, she's going to be a 50-50 partner. And then if the marriage don't work in 10 years, she's going to want 50-50 of the money because she learned how to code and she maybe was over operations or whatever the situation was, instead of just being your wife and allowing her to do whatever it is you need her to do. But that would be her disposition. My disposition is whatever you need from me, honey, I will do. Now, are you saying that has no, wait a minute, Aaron, that if you're saying that has no value, then I'm here with you. But I'm telling you, no, I'm saying if you, I'm not saying you are, I'm saying if that's what you're saying, a wife has no value then, because I don't see it that way, then you might as well go with the 50-50, what y'all talking about now, and let the woman come in and just help you build your companies. Y'all come in together. It's ours.
What we're saying is women have tremendous value. But when it comes to saying, I helped you build a company, that's cap. That ain't the case.
So Aaron, let me give you a different perspective of what I'm saying.
No, I understand. I understand.
Just give me a second. Okay. So I hang around a lot of entrepreneurs. And what people don't know about entrepreneurs, I get it. We talking about entrepreneurs, we're not talking about the 9-to-5 guy, right? And when we talk about the entrepreneur, I have seen women hold the house down, pay all the bills. See, that first 2-3 years when he wasn't making any money in that business, she made sure all the bills was paid. She made sure that they ate. She made sure they did all these things. And then when he made it big, he's like, okay, when he built the company, you don't understand the space that she created for 3 to 5 years when he couldn't even pay the bills.
I agree with that. That's not the art.
Nobody's arguing that.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. There are people that actually build the company in their mother's basement.
There are literally 18-year-olds.
So when we start taking away the variables that you want to add and add our own variables, this can be a subjective game. All we're saying is at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, in most cases, I'm sorry, most businesses fail. Most of y'all who want to be entrepreneurs are failures. Let's keep it a bean. You got to restart. It's only a select few that make it. And the ones that do make it, they tend to have a high IQ. One, if you look at these business and these people who are CEOs and the millionaires, they tend to be high IQ. They tend to be exceptional. So they were going to be better than you with or without a wife. And it just so happened he liked one chick and he found a way to get her involved in his life.
The truthful part about it, hold on real quick, E. The truthful part about it is at the end of the day, there are 18-year-olds and 25-year-olds that have made tech companies, sold them for $5 million before they even found a wife. And there is tons of this happening.
You know, a perfect example, Jonathan Barronville. Jonathan Barronville was already successful, already making more money than most people on the planet, already doing all of these things, and then he found Cam. Now, Jonathan Barronville will say, my wife helps me maintain things, but he will never say she helped me start up something. That's crazy. Either man's words specifically, was,
and he is right.
Either man's words specifically said, this woman got her fair share and what she got for starting something. She didn't start.
No, that's a bad. See, Kiki, you missed it on that example. Let me tell you, the reason you missed it is because I think he will give her credit if she was there from the beginning. You can't give someone credit that wasn't there.
Now we're going back in time. You saying if she was there, but she was not. And I'm guaranteeing you, I guarantee you, whether Jonathan was married or not, he was going to be exceptional, regardless of whether or not he had a wife. He wanted a wife, so he got one. But if he decided to be an incel, or let's say he has Asperger's because he's socially awkward and he's got autism, that man was going to be a great autistic man with no wife, and nobody would be able to take any money from him.
I'm not right.
You're right, because you're talking about if she was there during the process.
He's saying if.
What I am saying, though, the point being, period, all what you can see is a man makes a company with his wife. They divorce. She goes and gives charitable events. He creates more companies. He is the creator. and he does that when a wife ain't around. He divorced. He dolo by himself now. He does it again and again, and I can prove this over a tons and tons of examples. I'm not refuting the point that you're saying is she had value to him while they were married, right? My argument has always been, if that's the case, a lot of these women are destroying men then, because most of these men fell in business. So I want to give them just as much of this credit as to the destruction of success. However, we never talk about that. Let's be honest.
No, Aaron, you're correct. No, you're correct. If a business fails, it's not. Hold on, listen. Listen. If a business fails, it's not just that man. That wife fails too, because they're one. Like when you start, people don't understand that women can really multiply what you have. If you understand women, everything that my wife touches have multiplied in these last 5 years. So if I brought her 1,000, she coming back with 5 to 10. Like, I get it. You said you can argue. You can argue that y'all don't know women like that.
Well, let me add something. So I got a question. Either man, is your marriage a business or is it a covenant relationship?
I think it's both. I think in 2023 we don't live in Adam and Eve times. So I'm not disappointed. So I have a covenant with God, and I still have a business relationship with the United States of America. Like I'm operating in both. So I know people might not understand that, but in 2023, for me to really get the benefits of marriage, I must have a contract, like just like I would get an LLC, and I must have a covenant with God. So I'm operating in both in 2023.
Okay, so listen, going back to what you were saying, I am an example of building a business with your man. Like I started this conversation off, my husband is 51% and I'm 49%.
They're not the same arguments.
I know, but I just wanted to tell y'all how women can be quite
that's what I'm saying, though.
I'm just trying to tell y'all.
He could have devil himself. Look at that man. Look at that.
I actually disagree with you.
Listen, that's how women can be quite beneficial. Hold on for a minute. Hold on, we would do that though. Cheeky, did you pull up that video from the other night or no?
Yeah, no, it's up. It's here.
Can you tell me, or did you listen to it? I don't know how to. I don't necessarily have to share it, but if you don't mind sharing exactly what I said, that would be great. But either way,
yeah, I'll listen to it. Man, get right back to you. Okay.
Okay.
This is what I got to tell you guys, right? As somebody that is in business, if you want to start a business, it's not good to start a business with your woman. It's always no. Why y'all come up here and say no. I'm not bringing sentiment to this. I'm being practical. You guys know me. I don't speak on sentimental. I have seen business between husband and wife many times. When business are done between two professional male, they always go farther in life. They build global corporation. Tell me which billionaire today that built a company with his wife.
Bill Gates.
Name one.
Bill Gates and Melinda Gates.
Oh my God!
Come on, man, stop.
I think you guys.
Stop, man.
I think the way you guys
I think
the way you guys look at this is wrong.
Yeah, I'm coming, guy. He built it with his college buddy. They both dropped out, and guess who was behind the both of them? Was Bill Gates' father. I think
the way y'all look at
it was way in life. He was already a billionaire when she showed up.
I think you're looking at it wrong.
In college, though.
Again, I think you're looking at it.
Okay, JB, let me finish. So that way you guys understand. I have seen corporations, even my friends that own business corporations, none of them own business. In fact, the ones that got their wife involved end up becoming stagnant. The rest went ahead. I'm not being sentimental. I am discussing business. You see what I'm saying? I own businesses, and I talk based on business. When it comes to business, that's my field.
Okay, so you're just looking at it. You're looking at it from a very. This is a multivariate situation, right? And the way you're looking at it right now is actually univariate, right? So there's multiple variables in this, and you're actually ignoring some things. I think if you approach the aspect of what value that she brings strictly from like the way Cheeky said it, where if it's a tech company, is she writing code? Is she doing that? Then yeah, you could easily make that argument that she's not providing any value. But I can tell you, the most value I get, right, from my wife is in fact, most of the value is the little things I hate doing. right? The little things I don't care about. To me, that stuff is so
you're
valuable.
not defeating our argument then. You're not
No,
defeating our
hold
argument.
up.
You're
Let me
giving a
finish
different
my point.
perspective.
Let me finish my point, right? That to me is so valuable, right? There's little things that I don't want to think about. I typically don't think about that as a single man. I didn't think about and I didn't care about. But she takes I let her take control of that stuff, and I let her manage that stuff, and I don't have to worry about it. And she makes my life so much simpler. And that is actually valuable to me because your most valuable asset is your time.
Is it worth 50% of your money?
JB, do you want to?
We didn't make that argument, JB.
Your money.
We didn't make that argument.
Is it 50? Is it so valuable that you'll give her 70% of your money? Because I want to understand just how far you want to go off the rails on this. Because I understand what you're saying. It don't defeat what I said, and it definitely ain't debunking that. Are you saying the little things that they contribute to the environment, is it worth 70% of your money, 40% of your money, 30%? Is it insurmountable that I don't think you want?
Okay, let me answer you. So again, I think it's complementary. That's the thing that makes it hard, right? Because the way you guys approach it, let me finish. The way y'all approach it is from this very black and white perspective. I think it's actually more nuanced. That's what I'm saying. So it's complementary. So it's not something that, like, there's some things that she does that I cannot actually put a value on. Like,
the money ain't nuanced, JB. The money is mathematical.
The money's not nuanced.
What you talking about?
It is actually money. You're only looking at the money.
Okay, let me ask you a question, JB.
Let me finish.
Do you own your business alone, or do you own it with your wife? Excuse me. I'm asking you, do you own your business alone or with your wife?
That's not the point, Ikene.
No, I'm asking you a question. It's a question.
What does that have to do with anything?
Alone with your wife.
I have a rebuttal question.
Hold up. Let me hold up. Goddamn. Let me tell you why it doesn't have anything to do with anything, Ikene. Because I handle 100% of anything anyway, right? So ultimately,
I just don't like it when guys come here and just don't speak on reality, man. Okay. I don't like it.
What? Hold up. Let me.
Okay, so you trying to tell
just because hold up. Just because somebody disagrees with you again, it does not mean they're not speaking on reality.
But don't disagree with money, dollar. When you lose money, you lose money.
Hold on, JB, just 1 second.
We're missing. Hold up. Let me. Goddamn, do y'all have Tourette's? Jesus, let me finish my point.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, you asked the question, Ikene, and what I'm saying is that it's not as simple as do I own a business with my wife. It's that ultimately because I take control of everything financially, whether or not she's on the paperwork, she is my wife, and therefore she's a beneficiary of anything I do. Right. But the point is, I don't expect my wife to help me with anything business wise. I don't expect her. I expect her to be my wife and take care of all the things that ultimately I don't care to take care of.
Okay.
So I just want to
hold on,
Hold on for a minute. E Black just came in. Hello, sir. How are you? And go ahead and make your point. And then E-Man will come back to you.
Greetings, security boss. Nice to meet you. I think the question comes into the fact of, do masculinity is defined by business? Am I a man without money or with money?
What?
Is that just
you're a man without money, E Black. If you don't have money, you're a man. You're
okay,
just a loser.
So I'm a man without business. Why are we equating businesses to masculinity? Why are we equating businesses to marriage?
What woman wants a man that doesn't have anything about him, any business or any monetary gain about himself?
What woman or what type of women?
Cheeky, adjust the audio.
So hold on. I just want to say this. See, what people don't understand is it's two sides of business, right? You got the income producing outside of business, and you have like the paper.
My masculinity is not tied to my earnings.
We'll agree. So what I am saying is I am able to focus on the income producing activity because my wife handled all the backward stuff. Like when you start talking about sending out emails, contracts, I just show up to the meeting. I don't have to talk to the person before. Like she put it in the calendar. She contribute in a way where if you look at it, I can make more money because I'm not focusing on those back ends.
So my point still stands. I ain't about to go back and forth with y'all. No, my point still stands. Y'all didn't invalidate it in any way. What y'all did was add the nuance to the mathematical money.
Aaron? What exactly is your point, Aaron?
Oh, wait. You didn't listen to the point?
No, I want you to state your point that you're saying still stands.
Gotcha. We should not default to, she was his wife, so she helped him build this out. She's deserving of this. We should not.
Oh no,
default.
Okay. For the record, I actually agree with that
literally
point. For the record, I agree with that point. What I countered,
I know you would, Jonathan.
Wait. What
Iman,
I countered
I got
was
a question
Chiki's
for you,
point.
Iman.
What I countered was
SB,
Chiki's
I gotta
point.
run. I will see you later. Thank you for having me.
Wait. For the record, I
got a
agreed with
question
Aaron
for
on
you,
this.
Iman. My
JB,
question is
I
this.
already knew
Are
you
you
didn't
running, Are you
disagree.
running a business?
I
Are
know.
you running a business with your wife, or you
Yes.
running a business that you employed other people?
I'm in a business with my wife.
Okay,
We're in
that's a
business
separate.
together.
That's a separate discussion then.
But
All
JB,
right,
so-
I knew you would agree with the point,
No,
right?
so- no,
I only use you as an example because we know you to be somebody who's successful, right? I knew you
I'm
wouldn't
broken
agree
dusty.
with necessarily. All right, you broke. All right, we know you to be a super broken dusty dude who just so happened to seem
Hey,
to be
Chicky,
doing all right.
I'm sorry, I don't want to
So
cut
I
you
just
off.
believe if JB been married.
I'm gonna kick out, but I'm about to get into my car, head out somewhere. I'll call on my phone, okay? I'll call
All right,
you guys
thank
on
you,
my
sir. All right.
So what I'm saying, we was talking about a time. See, Aaron, he left this. He was being disingenuous. We was talking about somebody who been married 25, 30 plus
No,
years.
y'all were not. That's not the argument you made. You're lying.
We was talking about when we was talking about alimony.
The
'cause this
argument
is how
you
we
made in the point. No. I have it right here. I can go back and tell you exactly what you said. We weren't talking about no 20 years. Don't try to switch
Wait
it
a
up.
minute, Cheeky. We wouldn't hold on for a minute, Cheeky. Either man, you said the people who actually get alimony is mostly 20 years or married a long time, but that wasn't the actual what Aaron was talking about at the time. We did not say that. He's
so
right.
what I am saying is, I'm not saying somebody who been married with her 30 days. Aaron did make this point. I know for a fact. Aaron said that she was locked in the basement for 20 years. Yeah, we had a 20.
But I mean, his
no,
point, wait.
no.
But Aaron's point
The
still
only
stands.
reason why he
Aaron's
brought
point
up
still
the 20,
stands.
the only reason
Aaron's
why he
point-
brought up the fact that she was locked in the basement was to prove the fact that just because you have the title of wife doesn't automatically guarantee you to a percentage of anything. It's just not true. And what you said specifically, which is what caused the conversation, is I'll go back and let you and repeat it.
But I was responding to
Everything
Aaron.
he produced after the marriage.
Nah, either man. And Aaron's point actually still stands because ultimately it doesn't matter the time frame.
Dude,
Is does she provide value or not? I think the main disconnect in my opinion is what is value, right? I think that's where I see a lot of disconnect. Is what is value, but I do agree with Aaron that a lot of this idea that just because a woman has been with a man for any amount of time, I don't care how long, right? You don't deserve anything just because you've been with a man for a certain amount of time. That being said, there's another caveat. This is why I'm saying this stuff is very nuanced. Here's a caveat, for example. Here's a caveat, for example. Right?
Hold up.
Let me give you the caveat, and I think you might actually agree with this. I think you might actually agree with this. I think you might agree.
JB, I'm sorry, but you absolutely do. You've been married for 20 years, 27, however many.
Hold up, let me give you the caveat. Let me give you a caveat, right? There is a caveat that I do think should be addressed, right? So for example, if you make the choice like I make where, I don't want my wife having a career, job, whatever, right? I want her to be fully a wife and a mother. If I'm taking you out of the marketplace, right? And you don't have a career, and then you end up having to be this full-time wife, full-time mother, and then let's say shit hits the fan. The goal is that it never hits the fan. But if shit hits the fan, I do think it's messed up, right, for a man to say she doesn't deserve anything after she done gave up, her job, career, etc. Like I think if we're just being honest and if we're being fair and whatnot, I do think, again, ultimately you should not be breaking a marriage. But at the same time, I would say if the woman gave, years of her life that she could have actually spent in her job, career, whatever, and she spent that to be a mother and a wife, then I do think she should be compensated for some, at least to be able to get back on her feet, right? At least to be able to get back on that's how I feel. I do think there's some nuance there. But in terms of just you were with this man and because of that you deserve something, to me, I don't agree with that. I actually don't think anybody deserves anything, period, actually. So that's actually, I think
Jonathan, I know that. I know you know that. That's why I said when you came up here.
You going in and out.
I knew you.
Yeah, Cheeky, you cutting out bad.
Oh, no.
Cutting out. But listen, I want to invite, I don't know if y'all know Noah Bale. Is that a woman or a man? Is that a man? Noah Bale. We're going to drop the link for you because you have a lot to say in the comment section. And I would love for you to come up and say it and support it right here on this platform so we can discuss what you're saying.
Security boss, can I talk to certain things?
Yeah, but just 1 second before Cheeky's headphone just go totally crazy. Cheeky, can you run it back for me or tell me what I said? Can you tell me what I said?
Oh yeah, that's right. So let me see here. It's bit by bit because he was talking and you were talking over him, so I'm trying to chime in. All right, so
now wait a minute. You getting ready to tell me the part that he said upset him, right? Or what
yes.
that little podcast said upset
what
him.
you said, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So you said, there you go again. I'm not gonna let you do it. There you go again. I'm not gonna let you do it. You're making up stuff because you have no idea. You don't know that. I'm not going to accept it. I'm not going to say that as the truth. You have no idea. You have no idea. So that's what you said, and it's still going. And then you said you're making up stuff. You're making up stuff. Are you happy? Fatty, are you happy? Random. Fatty, are you happy? Fatty, you making up stuff. You have no idea what's going on in their home. And then you said, I'm very much respected. So, I mean, but that's, you started, you said, no, stop. I'm not going to let you do it. You don't know what you're saying. You don't have any facts, or you don't have any proof of that. You don't know what they're saying. No, I'm not going to let you finish. Fatty, you're not happy. Or Fatty, are you happy? Fatty, are you? So you said a lot, and he said a lot.
Okay, so that's great. But what did they say that I said?
What you said in the very beginning, which was, I'm not going to let you finish. I'm not going to let you
talk.
Let me go back.
I think Apollo podcast said I was condescending towards him, and I told him after he asked me 6 times, I'm not gonna let you finish what you saying. I'm not gonna let you talk, or something of that nature. And I think Miss Brittany has went and got it straight for us. So anyway, let's do the super chats right here for a minute. I'm just my only point, Cheeky, for bringing that up is that I don't know if that's actually what upset him, because I didn't say what little podcast said I said, and
no,
we
what
all were
upset him
talking.
was.
Oh, okay.
No,
Something else?
No, what upset him was he was trying to communicate a point. He was like, no, I'm not gonna let you. I'm not gonna let you
say
finish.
that.
And then
I said,
you
I'm not
said,
gonna let you say that. Mm-hmm.
And then you said, no, you don't have any proof. Like, but you were doing it in the middle of him saying that, right? So the idea is to let somebody lay out.
All of you are trying to sugar. All of you are trying to sugarcoat this thing. Okay, SB, this is what happened. SB, check this out. I was there. I was there with you guys that night, right?
Hold on, Ekene. But going back to that, and we're gonna be Ekene, I don't want you to say anything for a minute. Just give me a minute, because I want to do the super chats. That is the way that you all operate on these platforms. I'm totally always saying, hold on for a minute, wait a minute, let me complete this thought. And y'all are always talking over me, which is no big deal. It's no big deal. No harm, no foul. And y'all do it to each other, like I said later on, and y'all don't have a problem with it. But that particular night, because I felt like it's because later on, because I'm a woman, then it's an issue, especially when he added, I needed to stay in my place. That's not the case.
It wasn't because you're a woman. It wasn't because you're a woman. It was an attack at the ideology you push. So it wasn't necessarily you're a woman, but because he thinks, or because again, it just depends on what you view. Because you push traditionalism as a woman, the idea is him as a man while speaking, you should be quiet. But the problem is when you tell a woman who's married and the husband is sitting right there, you need to know your place. It's a direct challenge to the man.
That's also pretty
not direct.
Cheeky, that's also pretty.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
If you're not this is a problem, right?
I can't hear.
It's like people who speak on Christianity, but they're not Christians. They don't read the Bible. And you said this recently, Cheeky. You said this yourself, and I heard you going back and forth with somebody. I think it was podcast, right? But it's like Fatty is not a traditional dude. So this idea that first of all, it's already out of pocket because her husband's right there. But second of all, you're not a traditional dude. I don't understand this idea of oh, if you're really traditional, you need to submit to me on the internet. Like, cut it out. Like, to me, it's actually pretty goofy. It's pretty goofy. Like, Fatty does not deserve a woman's submission on the fucking internet, right?
It's not goofy. It's not goofy. It's not goofy.
Especially his elder, and on top of that, she's married, and on top of that, her husband is right there.
It's not goofy for what it is that he was trying to prove doing the, because if you, for example, you know how frustrated you get when people overtalk you and you're in the middle of laying out your own argument. That's one of the more frustrating things that you can experience, especially when even though we do cut each other off, that deliberate, I'm not going to let you finish. We didn't do that. Nobody had done that besides Security Boss, which made that different. It made that very much so different. I'm not going to act like that didn't change the dynamic between the two, because yes, we cut people off, but if you also watch enough, you'll see that, hey, you know what, you're right, we didn't lay out the foundation, and somebody will go, hey, stop, let them at least get it out, right? During that time frame, nobody said anything.
Fatty does the same thing. Fatty does, like, Cheeky, if I'm talking to you, right? Cheeky, if I'm talking to you, I understand that you actually operate that way, where you actually are respectful, right? And so I actually make it a thing that if I'm talking to you, I don't interrupt you, right? I at least try to do it, right? And then especially if you call it out, I'm like, okay, I fall back. In fact, if anybody call it out, I'll try to fall back, right? But again, Fatty does. If you look at any conversation Fatty has with anybody he disagrees with, he cuts them off repeatedly. So how can he hold that standard, right? Like, if you hold that standard, I get it. If Aaron holds that standard, I get it, right? But let's say Vic holds that standard, I don't think that's crazy, right? Fatty holding that standard, that's crazy.
He did it 15 minutes prior.
I would agree. I would agree that in a general sense, Fatty uses certain debate tactics that are annoying and they will cut you off. But in that instance and during that entire show, I think the conversation was flowing to where, for the most part, as much as we may have cut each other off, it wasn't as bad as it normally gets. It didn't turn up until after that point, where
because he got disrespectful.
True enough. And wait, hold on.
Why does that matter? Why can't we just argue the points?
Well, that was the point. Fatty was trying to get Security Boss to argue the point, but he couldn't lay out the point. So he got frustrated and he took it to the next level by going,
I think
because you're a woman, or if you believe what you preach, because that what he said was, if you believe what you preach, then you should allow me to finish, right?
Yeah.
And then he said, I can run it back, but then he said, you need to learn, then he said you need to stay in your lane.
No, you need to
at that point,
stay in your place.
There we go. You need to stay in your place, which at that point, if any man hears another man talking to his wife like that, he's going to take that as a direct challenge. Now, the thing that nobody's talking about is when Mr. Ball said, because he didn't even go crazy until he said, I got money to drop you. I could drop you, is what he said. And then when Security Boss was saying, no, don't do it, Fatty was in the back chiming, talking about she said, put the dogs away, put the dog. And that, for me, if I would have heard that, I would have probably snapped too. But
put the dogs away.
Oh man, you missed that. Y'all missed it. Say
it again. I didn't hear you. Say it again.
Yeah, they missed it because I was trying to quiet everyone, anybody to hear what the other person was saying. That was why. But guess what, JB.
Ekene, your mic is terrible. We can't hear you well.
So Cheeky, no, I just want to say this to Cheeky. Cheeky, that's like me saying, since you were Christian, you need to be nice to me. Since you're a Christian and Christians are nice, see, I just hate when they try to use that.
But that doesn't change.
It's manipulation.
But no, it's not manipulation. It doesn't matter, right? Like, well, let me take that back. It matters to a certain degree. If there are principles that you stand on and somebody reminds you of those principles, even if they don't follow them, because they're your principles, you still have to adhere to them. So it doesn't change the fact that just because they don't follow them doesn't mean that they can't say these principles don't align with what you say you believe. And you may not know the most about it, but what I do know is you're supposed to do this. So, for example, if I see a pastor cheating on a wife and I'm an atheist and I go, you a cheater, you a pastor though, you're not supposed to do that. He can then tell me you're not a Christian, so you can't hold me accountable. That's crazy. You want to know why that's crazy? Because it just sounds dumb. If you're a person of principle, you stick to principles, whether or not the person of the same principles tells you about them. The part that I have a problem with when it comes to the part that I have a problem with when it comes to when it came to podcast was, if you're going to quote scripture, right? There's a little bit more objective, right? We're not bringing in personality. Now we're talking about something that is written, and then there's context to that. I don't care what you say. You can. I was having a literary debate with him, or historical/cultural debate with him, which I know most people aren't aware of, and I can make the point historically, culturally, and contextually that he was wrong in what he was saying. That's objective. I wasn't making a subjective argument. I was making a very objective argument with him, and he didn't necessarily like it. But
it's
it's
still,
a heated debate.
To be fair, it's actually still somewhat. I agree with you that it's subjective. I mean, it's objective, but you know how many denominations. I should say,
we got 20,000
denominations exist.
20,000.
So some people would argue that it's subjective, but that's beside the point. I agree with you, though. I agree with you that the standards should still apply. But I do think there's a line. Like, for example, if security boss was just going full ratchet, right, I would agree, right? Like, calling that out. But it's another thing if, y'all having a back and forth, and typically this is how these panels operate, right? They operate in this way, and suddenly when she's saying something that is going against what you're saying or whatnot, and you whatever Fatty was feeling, now you want to use the, well, why don't you be feminine card? Like, I don't get that, especially, again, one, you got to consider whether we want to do it or not. I personally, at least the way I'm raised, you got to consider she's your elder. Two, her husband is right there, right? So it's just like, to me, those things actually matter. I'm not saying they have to matter for everybody, but I'm not going to address security boss the same way I address every other female, right? Like, I just think I think there's levels to this.
But let me add this right here, Chicky. When you said that, if he's saying to me, if you believe what you believe, then let me make my point. He made his point. What he was saying is that I didn't agree with. I'm saying because I actually said, here you go again. He was saying that people who are married, 50% of them, out of those 50% of them, most of them are miserable.
But he actually didn't say that.
Oh, what did he say?
And that's the part that I had to go back on, because I thought he said that as well.
Okay, so I don't know where I got that from. Somebody said it. Maybe it wasn't him, but who said that? That was what I took away. So tell me.
I'm gonna go back to what he said.
That's what I took away from it. Marry, and if you tell them that they're not, they're gonna lie to you or something of that nature.
Okay, so he said, 50. So he said, if out of the 50 that get divorced and the 50 that stay, how many of them are actually really happy? And then he said probably around 25%. And then you said no. So again, I think when you heard happiness in marriage, you already knew where it was going. So maybe you didn't hear him out completely, because you already know it's something negative, right? But he didn't actually say most. He said probably about 25%. Those are exact words. So he never said most. And then later on in the conversation, when he revisited, he actually lowered the percentage to around 11 to 20%. And he was still, so it was like he was trying to get to a middle ground with you at some point.
But it was still arbitrary, though.
Bolo, let me see this, and then you can go. Hold on one second. Bolo, 1 second. My whole point is that we just don't know. That's the only point I was making, is we just don't know how can we say that, because we don't know what goes on in people's houses, is what I was saying. That's it.
Right. And his point is, while that may be your point, at least allow me to finish stating what I'm saying. Because in the middle of him saying 25%, you were going off. You didn't.
What's going on?
Security boss. Before he said 25%, you was like, I'm not gonna let. She wasn't having that song. Okay.
Well, I apologize for that. Go ahead, Bolo.
I think.
And then the Dark Lake. Go ahead, Nick. Dark Lake.
JB Sakafit, man. I think that cats overlooked what JB just said. There's a difference between submission and a difference between feminine. And if you're going to say that SB wasn't feminine, she was totally feminine. She didn't get ratchet like SB said. Like JB said. She was just disagreeing. Okay. What she was trying to lay out is, what you're trying to do is conflate the conversation. You're throwing out numbers that you have no idea of where you're getting this number from. Now, submission is something that a woman does to her husband. Now, feminine is getting ratchet, getting loud, getting indignant, getting disrespectful. She wasn't none of that. She wasn't none of that. So I think we get these definitions conflated and we throw submission so much. The scriptures don't say a woman is to submit to some random dude. She submits to her husband, period. That's who she submits to. Now, she should honor a man. She did honor him. She didn't call him out of his name. She didn't disrespect him. In fact, he disrespected her. I saw it. What she was saying is, it's hard for me to dismantle your lie or dismantle your breakdown if I allow you to run for 5 minutes, because now I have to dismantle 5 minutes of nonsense that you just built that you have no concept or breakdown of. Because did he have a breakdown or did he have statistics that 25% of that 50% are sexless marriages? No, he didn't have that.
No, y'all again, that's not.
But the point that I'm trying to make, the point is, we're trying to get the definitions of feminine and submission. That's the point of it. That's what this started on. Because his point in talking to her is, you need to follow the Bible and be submissive or be in subjection to me as I speak. That's what you just broke down. You just said
So
that
he didn't bring the Bible into it.
No, what I'm saying to you is, you're
He's saying
saying
that's what was implied. That's what was implied.
to you
It's not-
is,
no,
you just
his
hold
words are
on.
very clear.
Cheeky. Hold on, listen to what I'm saying. You just said that if you see a preacher cheating, regardless of whether you're a Christian or not, he can't then say, well, you're not a Christian and what you're saying doesn't apply to me because you're not one. You're completely correct on your statement. My character, my integrity, regardless of whether you believe it or not, should stand. Correct? That was the point you were making, right?
My computer's about to die. I put in the back chat.
Okay. So the point
if I just cut out, it's not because I ran away or nothing. But you know what his point was made when he gave her a counterpoint. He said, "SB, you talk about single women being unhappy and unmarried all the time. Where are your stats for that?" And the stat that what she tried to give was anecdote, right? So if you flip that argument on its head, the same thing would apply for her as she was trying to apply to him, and that was what he was trying to get at. The only reason why he brought the only reason why he brought up her ideology and why she should let him finish was because he was frustrated in the same way she was frustrated when he tried to demean or downplay marriage. They were both frustrated in that sense, and they both did something that I don't agree with. She was wrong, most definitely. Should have let him finish, and he was wrong because there's no way you should be bringing up a married woman's place, because the place that she belongs in is wherever her husband says, right? Like, but if you don't think that way, you're not going to see how you went left.
So, Cheeky,
I already knew.
Cheeky.
I was typing in the back chat. This about to go left.
Cheeky, there's a big flaw. Cheeky, there's a big flaw that you missed. There's a big flaw that you missed. Let me tell you what it is, right? So you're right. When Security Boss addresses things from an anecdotal perspective, she's saying, hey, here's the experience I've had. What Cheeky did was actually a bad faith argument. I'm going to tell you why. Because he started with actual statistics, right? So he started by saying, okay, here's the data. 50% of marriages end in divorce, right? When you start with statistics and then you base this next statement you're about to make, the foundation of it is stats, but then you use some arbitrary number of what you believe to be true. And by the way, he's not stating providing anecdotal evidence. He's just saying what he believes it to be, right? He's saying, I essentially believe that these married people, some percentage of them are unhappy, right? Whatever unhappy means. We haven't defined what unhappy means. And also, I believe they're unhappy. And I'm just going to make up some arbitrary number of what percentage of them are happy. But I'm going to build that claim on the foundation of actual data and statistics. You cannot do that.
Here's the problem. We're trying to argue statistics on happiness, and that's already arbitrary in and of itself.
I agree with you. That's my point.
So since they're both doing it, both statements should be allowed. That's the point. That's the only point that's being made. One statement wasn't allowed. One statement wasn't allowed because one party is constantly interrupted, and the other statement was allowed because we just like Security Boss. Or
wait a minute.
No,
What was my statement? What was my statement?
Hold on. It's a difference because
the statement that you the counter argument you gave was, I have people emailing me. I have women emailing me.
But hold on, listen,
right, because they're trying to figure out how. The reason why that was a question is because you called into question how is he measuring happiness for married people or unmarried people, and then his statement is, well, how are you measuring happiness for unmarried people? They're both equal questions, but the only difference was one statement was allowed to be proposed and the other one wasn't.
But it's a difference.
But that's not true. I said we have to figure out. Grown people can't use happiness.
I love y'all. See y'all later. No.
What I actually said is we can't use happiness. Get your phone, Cheeky. I said we actually can't use happiness to measure a grown person's life because we're not done living. That's what I said. We can't use happiness. What is that?
So
SB, this is one thing that goes on in life, right? When somebody brings out a statistic to present to the general public and there is an argument going on, the argument gets so heated, the person begins to question that statistics. Okay, but the reason why I'm saying this is this. The statistic he laid down was actually correct. But the thing is this, the way he went about it was what was the problem. But he laid down a statistic that was actually laid by the American Institute of Psychologists. This is what it said. This is what it said.
Was it the
guys, man? No, I'm sorry. The security boss. Let me tell you guys what it said. They said that of the 50% marriage of either side, both married and divorced, that 20 to 30% of each of them reported unhappiness in the marriage. They've been using this data for the past 10 years. That is an accurate data.
So
more than
that's
half
not scientific. That is actually not scientific.
Okay. Guess what? You know what? I'm a mechanical and aerospace guy. I do calculus. I do math.
I do the same thing, brother. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, let me finish talking. Stop interrupting me, bro. When somebody's presenting data that has to do with number, I don't question it. You know why? Because it's cumbersome on me to go by those numbers and impute it and find out if the data stands. But in this instance, whereby there are other data that have supported this data, that half of people that are divorced or half of the people that are married actually complain unsatisfactory of their marriage.
So Ekene, you are saying, let me ask this real quick. So Ekene, you're saying that they did a study that used happiness as the baseline.
They asked divorced couples and married couples.
Were they happy?
Their current marriage or previous marriage, and almost half of either side said that they were unhappy. And guess what? Remember, you guys said something. He was saying something about sexless marriage, right? You remember that? He was also right.
No,
that's not
let me finish. Iman, let me finish.
You're wrong. Hold up.
Guess what is reported? Guess what is reported also?
You're wrong. You're actually wrong. By the way,
you're actually
wrong.
I've been quiet for 30 minutes. And you guys can't even wrong.
That doesn't mean you can talk for 30
That's
minutes.
what Peter got, yo. The grown man will not let him talk.
Ekene, hold on for a minute. Ekene, you're just long-winded.
You're not, but you're not.
But you're long-winded. It takes you a long time to get to the
If you
point.
disagree with what I'm saying, just let me talk, okay?
But you're repeating the same thing over and over again, right? And you're wrong.
So what I'm trying to say is this, right? When it comes to the other issue of sexless marriage, I got to tell you one thing, security boss, a lot of married men are in sexless marriage. And I will tell you this, if I have 10 friends, almost 4 of them have told me that they haven't had sex with their wife in a year.
Okay, Ekene, let's let someone else talk really quick because we're going to take a break and go do super checks. I agree. Listen, I can agree and hear everything you're saying. No, I can't. I can hear everything you're saying. But to say what actually goes on in someone else's home, especially when you use the word happiness, to me is ridiculous when we're talking about adults, because that is just something that comes and goes. And if someone did a study and they asked people, are you that's just ridiculous to me. But I understand what you're saying.
So,
And
Security Boss, do you mind if I respond to this real quick? Because this is a very important, right? So here's the thing: he's actually wrong. First of all, the first thing he's wrong about is actually science, right? Because the job of a scientist is actually to question the data. The scientific method requires you to be skeptical and to actually question the data and to figure out how did you arrive at this conclusion, right? You cannot measure happiness in a scientific way. You cannot. There is no method to measure happiness because happiness is subjective. Happiness is an emotional state. You cannot measure happiness. So therefore, if you ask one person, are you happy? Their version of what happy means is complete. If you ask a homeless person if they're happy, they might just be happy that somebody acknowledged them and gave them a hug, right? If you ask somebody else if they're happy, they might just be happy because they just got paid. Okay. Happiness is a very subjective, emotionally driven thing. You cannot back it by science. And especially if you're stating there's a self-reported, because that's what it sounds like, a self-reported study, right, where people claim that they were happy, and the question was, are you satisfied or happy? That's not scientific, right? We need more data, right? We need more variables to figure out, is this scientific? For example, are you getting everything you expected out of the relationship? Are the vows being respected? Whatever that criteria is to define happiness. But you just stating that it's accurate scientifically because there's some data that said something, but you're not able to back what the data said and what's the foundation it stands on, does not make it science. That's not how science works. And you keep bringing up the fact that you're an engineer. You're not the only engineer on here, right? You need to back up your science with actual, you need to actually provide actual science, not just say I'm an engineer, so therefore I'm right.
I can't imagine that being a happiness being something. Hold on. Eat a man. Hold on 1 second. Just hold on. Everybody, just take a minute. I want to speak to E Black before I do these super chats. Or would you like to wait to after E Black? It's up to you. You've been very quiet.
I'm just respecting the panel, and Chris has been up here. I would defer my time to Chris because, in my opinion, y'all driving, it's just not on the same level. It's just like y'all, it's like, like if y'all got something to say, I understand it, but y'all driving, so I'll let y'all speak because I'd rather y'all safety be more important than what I gotta say. So y'all go ahead.
Black, I've been driving all my life. I'm a professional at this. I can text. Truth be told, I can text and drive blindfolded and eat at the same time while I'm driving. I'm not saying y'all do it. I'm not telling you. You're right. I apologize. E Black, I can patiently wait. I'm actually sitting parked right now.
No, go ahead. He's yielding his time to you. So go ahead.
I'm yielding my time to you, Chris. I really am.
All right. No problem. First things first. Actually, good evening, panel. I haven't been on any panels for the whole week. I've been detoxing, Security Boss. Pleasure to meet you finally.
You too.
Number one, to the example of you, non-Christians can hold Christians accountable. If you want to talk about integrity, manhood, all that stuff outside of the Christian faith, I get it. I understand that. That's fair. But if you're going to hold me accountable as a Christian, you're not a Christian yourself, and you don't know the ins and outs about being a Christian, please stay on the sideline and keep your mouth shut. That's number one. Number two, Fatty, that's my brother. He was very disrespectful. You do not tell a woman, based off of your personal, your religious belief, your spiritual beliefs, or what book you read, you need to submit to me. Here's something I tell women this all the time. Do not submit to any man who has not submitted himself to some form of higher power. It could be religious, it could be spiritual, or it could be something else. Security Boss is not submitting to Fatty. Security Boss is not submitting to JB, Edeman, Ikene, E Black, or myself. She has a husband that she submits to. So for Fatty to take that stance, and I know Chica want to add some type of caveat. Well, technically he didn't say that. He technically said that. I heard what he said. We all heard what he said. That was extremely disrespectful. I don't blame Big Boss for coming off the mic and checking him for that. And based off what we said, I got money to drop you down. I could take that literally. I could take that figuratively. I say it's justifiable. You don't talk to a man's wife like that. So he was dead wrong. Now, security boss, if you did one thing wrong on that panel, if Fatty is going to misquote you or misrepresent your stance, trust me, everybody on this panel has done that to me at least one time in the last year. I let them finish talking. And once they finish talking, they know I'm going to pick their ass apart for misrepresenting what I said. You got to let people finish talk and then continue to eat to them. So that's the only thing I can say, that you got to let people finish talk, then proceed to make a fool out of them later.
I can receive that. Thank you. Either man, you want to go or you want to go let me do the super chats?
You do super chats. I go after.
Thank you, sir.
No, I'll go after that.
Okay, we can come back to you there. Okay, AL, thank you so much for your $5 super chat. He says, historically, marriage has always been business, traditional to merge two families and their resources. AL, I mentioned that in the very, very beginning, but thank you so much for that. And I somewhat agree, but I wouldn't say that it was business, but I do understand exactly what you're saying. Dark Lake Revived, he says, how are YouTube creators anti-God? When I say anti-God, I mean some of them are saying that they're antichrist or atheists, and some are saying that ish with that God stuff, that religion, don't bring that to me. So that's how I take it. Or the fact that when I say things about marriage being covenant and living and operating in godly principles, it's not respected. I would say that would be anti-God. That's what I mean. Dr. Steele, it is just me, or do the business aspect of marriage overpower the foundation of marriage, which are God and love? For some people, money is now their new God. And thank you so much for your $5 super chat. We talk about this often. So
I agree.
It is. That's the new God. AL, thank you so much for your $5 super chat. A dude on Dave Ramsey's show was making $50,000 and paying $2,500 monthly in alimony plus child support. Woo. Huh. Terrible. Wow. Kenny from the block. Maybe modern marriage might require a prenup for men and women to take splitting up off the table. I would expect it does. And then also too, that the fact that the covenant of marriage is not actually spoken about. It's all about the business of marriage. You would want to get a prenup or whatever you can get in place, to make sure your marriage works, or to have that insurance policy just in case your marriage don't work. So Kenny, I guess you would absolutely be right. But again, Kenny, in that same breath, we hear about the modern marriage that is not working. So when I speak about the covenant marriage that I've been married 27 years, myself, Ricky, just a lot of other men who are paying, been married 30 plus years, all those people who have been married a long period of time, we don't have that problem. Yes, we may be have issues sometimes with our spouse, getting arguments and everything is not happy all the time. But I wouldn't even use that word actually, but still it's a covenant marriage. And in that covenant marriage, we have a promise that we've made to our spouse and to God. And that's what it's based on. So we think a little different. And I share that with you all in this space. So that's the purpose of me sharing.
But security boss, the dating pool got P in it now. You got to realize that it's very different from when you know what I'm saying.
I agree.
I agree. P is toxic. The P is very toxic.
Very toxic. But I work on that too, and we're gonna talk about that in just a minute. AL says, Melina, is it Melina or Melinda? Either way, Miss Gates didn't contribute to Bill Gates. He's already a billionaire when they met.
Nonsense.
Okay,
that's nonsense.
But I've heard that's two different ways. I've heard that he wasn't and she did contribute, and then I heard it just this way too.
It's factually untrue. It's factually untrue.
Okay. So AL, they're saying that she did contribute. So either way, she's made out and he's still making out. So how about that? It works. But thank you so much for your $5 super chat. AL says a lot of men makes it despite their wife, i.e. he is trying to work. She's nagging him about taking out the trash or working too much, etc. You know what? I hope and pray that all men find an ideal woman for themselves, because it is not easy, y'all. And y'all have to know that good women are not that plentiful. We should be set apart. That's the whole goal, is to make sure that your wife is someone that is set apart, someone with standards, virtuous, and you will see and note that she's a wife. All that extra stuff, like JP just said, that dirty pool, you want to be able to recognize that and keep walking. You don't want to stop there long. So I know it's hard, but anyway, Brittany B, thank you so much for your $10 super chat. Brittany B says that 3 hours and 48 seconds. I stand corrected. There you go again. I'm not going to let you do it as you are over talking him. Exactly. Thank you, Brittany, for that. I didn't think I said what they said, but either way, I apologize for it. I thought that was I thought that was acceptable. But again, there are special things and I shouldn't have done that. And I know now because Christopher has confirmed it and I received it that I will allow men to talk on the panels when they're doing it. But Christopher, I got to tell you something right now. If I did that, I probably won't be able to say a word. Just to tell you honestly, truth. I'll probably be there saying nothing.
I know, I understand.
I do this a
I
lot.
understand.
I be doing like this a lot and I'm totally ignored. But either way,
Same here. Same here. Trust me, I know.
Yeah, Michael Richardson, thank you so much, sir, for being here. Thank you for your $10 super chase. And Security Boss, they do it to women all the time. They don't respect women on panel. Again, Michael Richardson, thank you for your $5 super chat. That man totally disrespected Security Boss, Mr. Boss' wife. Be lucky he didn't hop on the plane and come over there. He's not gonna do that. We wouldn't allow that to happen. Christopher Lee, thank you so much for your $2 super chat. SB, a sweetheart. People just be tripping. There you go, Christopher. Christopher got my back. Again, Michael Richardson, thank you for your $5 super chat. Mr. Boss told him I am the heathen, and Mr. Boss is Mr. Boss is the lady. He should have been quiet then. Mr. Boss is not a heathen, y'all. He just was upset at the moment. He is not a heathen. Let's go on record to say that. He is not. He is a God-fearing man. He really is.
Don't walk back his statements. That man said what he said.
No,
he said what he said.
He is not a heathen. He is a gentle giant, but he does have a side.
Man, we all about that action. We about that action. Like, come on now.
But listen, by the time he got there, he would have settled down and it would have been no good, right? So no. But B-Love, what's up? What's going on with you? Supporting the channel. SB is still classy and feminine to me. Much respect to you. And thank you for your $9.99 super chat. Hi, is that it now? All right, guys. Thank y'all so much for all of that. That is outstanding.
Can I put that?
I got to say something real quick before my phone.
No. You drive and go to your destination.
My phone is about to die.
Let me talk and then your phone can die.
Go ahead.
I just want to put something out to Security Boss real quick. It's gonna be quick.
Okay.
No, because it's to what she just said. What she just said was actually so spot on. Because I was telling Cam this the other day, right? Because I heard some dudes on the panel talk about they gonna catch a flight, and I was telling her how stupid that sounds, right? Because if you think about it, like just think about it, right? The amount of time it'll take for you to get ready, then you get in the car, then you go to the airport, then you get on a flight, you sit on that flight, right? Maybe you watch a movie, you get some peanuts, right? You get off the flight. Okay, you did I'm just like, are y'all really doing this? Are y'all really? It's so stupid. The idea of flying to go do some dumbass shit and risk your freedom and your life is crazy, right? So I just think that's funny.
It is, and Mr. Boss knows better. He knows the law. Actually, that's the field we work in and been in for the last 20 years. So he knows. He was just upset, just moved by. Like, wow, that's it. But we got it together. So go ahead, E-Black.
Thank you. I appreciate it. In my opinion, I just think this is a battle of egos and a little posturing. Let's just be honest. Security Boss, you have your own ego.
I absolutely do.
Okay. And Fetty has his own ego. And I'm not like kicking the can down the road, but I just think that, this is what happens. I think it's a great discussion. For as much as I've been on these panels, I've found that, me being a married man, people have attacked me, attacked my wife, attacked my position on Christianity. It is what it is. People will choose what they want to choose to attack you on, what they feel is a weakness. And a lot of times they don't understand that, we're not weak. So it's fine. That's why I joined the panel, because like I said, I see what it is. But like I said, the blood of Christ is always going to be covered on us. And that's fine. Like I said, man, God has put me through so much that I don't care what nobody say. Y'all not going to make me into an anti-Christ or a person, a non-believer.
Right.
So let's just have if we really want to have a conversation, we can have a conversation.
Right.
And that's at this point, this is what I want to talk about. That's my only conversation. I'm sorry.
So let me say something to you. I do have an ego and I can get upset, and I am an adult woman. I've lived life. So I guess I'm a little bit different from the young ladies. I've been married. I've been through some things with my husband. I know some things. I mean, God has afforded me a good life, but I think the part that makes me so upset, E-Black, and it may be some ego, but I just can't stand nobody talking against marriage and God and being happy, not happy as in happy, but I'm saying being a positive person and just totally putting out a negative message that is a bad influence. I mean, we talk about negative influences being in these spaces all the time. And we talk about how chaotic this world is, how women are out here being sexually liberal and all the negative stuff. So if I'm saying I want someone to hear a good message, allow me to do that. But the fact that I do that, I am under attack all the time. I don't even have to say a whole lot and I'm under attack. But guess what? It's not just men, it's women too. I advocate for men. I'm wanting men to have good women. And by doing that, I'm an example. I say, I'm account for this. I want women to do this. I'm telling women to self-reflect. I share with men exactly what I'm doing. And women still attack. So
I'm glad you spoke to that, because like I said, we all have our own lanes and we're always going to be fighting the battle. I'm glad Bean showed up because he said something on there that I kind of was like, okay,
hold on,
that's crazy. And that's my guy, Beans.
Before you say that, I want to comment to E. This person E. He said that's he or she. I'm not sure. That's ego. That ego thing. You can't hear other perspectives. Come on. So listen. This is YouTube freedom of speech. Listen to this, E, because I had this conversation with my husband, I think last night. I have to share this with you, and y'all can maybe help me with this because I'm open to it. I am this much open to it. When we are given opinions, nobody in this space is going to change my mind because I have my own opinion. So in some ways, E, you are exactly right. I am going to stand on my square. But if you give me facts, I'm probably going to agree with you. If, like Fatty last night said 50-50, I didn't hear the 25% and I didn't hear any other percentage. When he said 50-50, I willingly agree. But when you giving me your opinion, no, I'm not. That's one thing that people at SB Nation love about me. I'm not swayed. And the reason why I'm not swayed is because of my relationship with God. That is why I see and know exactly what can happen and what he does. So this is why I'm like I am. But if it's just an opinion, I got mine and I don't feel like yours is any better. I will listen to you on most cases. But last night or whatever night that was, I did not want someone to come against marriage that way. So that is just the truth, y'all. So y'all can.
This is what I'm going to go. I'm going to get off the phone, okay? Because I've gotten to where I'm going and I got to get off the phone, please. Iman, please let me speak for 30 seconds. Please, can I get 30 seconds from you, Iman? Just 30 seconds. Can I get it?
You've already got it. Go ahead.
Okay, this is what I'm going to say. Security boss, he was wrong for disrespect. I don't know why this guy's laughing, but he was wrong for disrespecting you. He was wrong for that. He was wrong. I told him that night he was wrong. But another thing that I got to say is this, right? One thing that makes it very, very uncomfortable, when you have a man and a husband and a wife sitting in one place, and somebody disrespects either of them, one of them must react. That is natural. One of them must react. That's another thing that I told him that night. Don't go after a woman or a man in presence of their spouse. It's not going to go down good. But another thing again is this. Opinion is always welcomed. People will debate facts, they will debate opinion. No matter how much facts you put down, people will debate it. It's just in the human nature to debate anything. So just keep what you're doing, keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a good job. But another thing is this: we can never make people feel like marriage is all rosy. No, it's not all rosy. That's why people go into it and get out, because we keep selling them that dream that marriage is so beautiful. Marriage is this. Yes, you and your husband have a beautiful marriage, but there are crazy men out there that are still marrying good women. You see what I'm saying?
Guess what, Ekade, guess what I'm getting ready to do to you? That is your opinion. That is not true. I tell the good and bad of marriage all the time.
No, that's not. No, I'm not saying. I'm not putting it like that. What I'm saying is this: your marriage might be 40% better 50% better, 60% better. There are people that their marriage are trashy, but she or he must have been sold sweet dream that marriage is good, that marriage is this. And when they get into it, guess what they do? They think it's a Disney world. It's not a Disney. Then they run out of it because they were sold a false dream. We can't be selling people a dream that marriage is beautiful. No, let's just say marriage is a duty. It's a duty, not a place where you go and relax and drink wine. No, it's not.
Okay, so Ekene, I'm gonna add. You were right, and I'm gonna add something to that, and this is gonna blow your mind. Marriage is what you make it. If you want to be with your wife and you know, fly and have sex on the chandelier in the bathtub, you can create that. That's what you can create. See, that's what I sell. That's what I sell. I sell my own reality. I don't let the world dictate what I'm doing in my marriage. And I don't know why everybody else does too, or whoever else does. See, that's the difference. I truly believe that me and Mr. Boss can be and do whatever the heck we want to do within our marriage. If he wants to, if I want to, well, turn it all around. If he wants to come by and pinch me on my ass, it's good. He can do that. If we want to, like I said, run around the house naked, it's good. Start chasing your wife naked and just see what happens. But don't allow somebody to tell you that because you're married and she's a woman and you a man, y'all probably miserable. Or because y'all had an argument and didn't agree not to have sex, you're miserable. Don't do that. Create what you want. You cannot put your marriage up on a shelf and think it's going to just be on auto. It's not going to happen. You got to do something.
What type of chandeliers y'all got? What type of chandeliers?
I'm dropping off. Talk to you guys later. I'm dropping off.
Yeah, you know what? Okay.
No, I'll be back in about an hour. In an hour, I'll be back.
Please do. So
you probably won't be back with me, but I appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah. What type of chandeliers y'all got?
One second, JB. 1 second.
Nah, are we trying to find out what type of chandeliers y'all got?
Listen, I can't tell you the name, but I can tell you where you can see one. But you don't live in my same state. Have you ever heard of the nail shop called is it Medina or something like that? Mardis or something like that? If you have one, and if there's one where you live, just go by there and look at their chandeliers. I got them like that. That's because I bit their idea, so they look just like that. I can tell you that much, but I don't know the names. But anyway, so I'm telling you can make it happen.
I think it's a difference because I know they keep trying to put the things on the same panel. I mean, like the same plan. It's different from like me counseling business owners and me telling the results of what I'm getting versus somebody saying, I'm just going to hypothetically talk about some numbers. Those two things are not equal or the same. So when he starts saying numbers and she started like saying that those numbers was incorrect, I know for a fact, if you don't interrupt someone, you will not be able to talk because by the time that person finished that sentence, Bean's gonna jump in. We just seen it here. Like you see about 4 or 5 people jump in, and it's an hour later, and now the point that you wanted to make doesn't even matter because you're talking about a whole different subject. So this idea of just because you are a woman, you should not interrupt. It's almost crazy. Or even the idea that you shouldn't be on a panel because your husband's supposed to be protecting you. Like all that stuff is crazy things that people have made up to be dominant in these spaces.
Yeah.
But Eda Man, I understood you talking about Jay Prince now. I understood what hey Beans, I understood what Jay Prince was saying. It was out of context because I asked the owner of that platform, and the owner of that platform, which was Aaron, said no, it's for men and women. So that kind of put that aside. But I do understand. I did understand what Jay Prince is saying. But let me add to it. I don't go to Fight Club, and I won't go to Fight Club because I already know the expectation at Fight Club is to fight. So I didn't expect that at Aaron O's channel. So I mean, it is what it is. But guess what? They're talking over each other. I don't have to. If I end up not being able to make my point, I'm okay. Let them go ahead and do what they do. Because it's not going to change anything. I'm still going to be married. And everything that was when I came is still going to be the same when I leave. So I'm not that concerned with that either. I understood that bothered him, but in the moment, I think Beans told me something different. So I was a little bit confused. And then when I was trying to get understanding, it became, oh, you being condescending. And Beans, I heard you slide that in. You were being condescending and disrespectful. I've never showed you anything but respect. You slid that in. But
I
it
just
was
said to me, I was talking about to Fatty in y'all conversation.
yeah, but that wasn't the case because what you said I did wasn't what I actually said. But it's okay. I'm at another
Well,
day.
I said that you did
Let me,
that.
let me
When
say
he was
this.
trying to
Let me
say,
say this.
he was trying to talk, you
I
didn't let him.
expected more from you. I expected more from you because let me tell you why. I expected more from you because you and I have talked more than any other besides Aaron, of course, than any other person, like one-on-one, or I don't want to use a bad word, but more in depth than anybody on there. So I felt like you should have had more of a feeling or idea of who I was than what you displayed.
See, this is the thing though, y'all. We gotta stop doing this. Everything that a person say, I'm gonna speak for me.
I said on the panel.
If I say something about what you did in a moment, it's about the moment.
Right, but you said it wrong though.
You are as a person 24 hours a day, every day of your life. It's just about in that specific moment. All I talked about was the fact that when Fatty was saying, hold on, let me finish, and you were saying, no, I'm not gonna let you because I don't want to hear that. Like, guess what? In real life, that's rude and would be considered disrespectful. It just is.
Okay,
that's
so
but what that's anybody, me, anybody, right?
Okay, but then the whole panel is rude then. Are you
Agreed. I didn't say it wasn't, but that's what I'm saying. Like me saying that about you in that moment was just to clarify what happened, so it don't seem like only one person can see something a certain way. That's why even I told Fatty what he did wrong, or I saw what he made a mistake at, it's because I don't want it to seem like, oh, only one person sees something. I'm watching the whole thing. I'm listening to everybody. So here's a person from the outside looking in saying, hey, let me give you the constructive part of what happened so that you understand that it don't have anything to do with favoritism. Me talking about what you did in the moment has nothing to do with who I think you are as a person or how much I respect you at all. Zero.
But my point I'm trying to make is you quoted it incorrectly, which might have fired him up. I don't know. It could have. I don't know. And you quoted it incorrectly. And it should have been a moot point if everybody does it. Because I was thinking the fact that I cut him off was the darn issue until you told me I did something else. Then when you told me I did something else, guess what I did? I said, Darren, I respect him. I did that. I accepted it. I sit there and told you, okay, you said it, I did it. And then I apologized again. But I didn't do it. But I didn't do it.
No,
so
you saying that you cut him off. We saying the same thing. You just wording it different by saying cut it off. It's the same thing. You wouldn't let him. He was asking you multiple times, like, can I finish? Can I finish? And you wouldn't stop talking. Look, we all do it. I got you. But at the end of the day, I'm just saying in that moment, I just wanted to say this is what happened, right? That caused this particular angst between you and him in that moment. I'm just speaking about the moment again.
I understand, but this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you is the things that you said, the thing that you said I did sounded a little vicious, is what I'm saying. What you said I said, it sounded a little vicious. Yeah, because when I heard it, I said, "Oh, I said that." That was my actual response.
No, just because you said I don't want to hear that, you just said, and then you said it again. You was like, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear people speak that way about marriage. You literally said it again. So it wasn't vicious.
Because I accepted that I said it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't vicious.
We're not gonna go back and forth about it. I'm just saying I accepted what you said. That's all. I'm done.
Okay, so let me respond. Can I respond to Eden Man?
Yes.
Yeah, because what Eden Man just did, and this is another problem that I have with this space, is that if somebody thinks different than what you think, or if they're not where you are at yet, then you want to say they crazy, they this and that. You know what I've seen, Eden Man? I've seen women come on these panels, and I've seen them not overtalk me intentionally. Guess what? And nobody thinks they're crazy because they choose not to. That's their personality. That's what it is. If SB chooses to, I'm not judging her because she's choosing to. I'm going to explain in a moment. So to kind of interject, to be like, hey, listen, I'm on the outside looking in. Let me say what was going on here with you. What was going on here with you, just so it won't seem like it's just two people saying something differently. Hey, we all can see, right? Because I hate when people just sit back and let things happen and don't want to interject. But, again, my problem is that anytime somebody sees something different than you, you know what I'm saying? You think like they crazy, you want to label them as crazy or this or that, whatever. Bro, if I take what you say about religion, right? If I take what you say about God and switch God out and put Satan in, you wouldn't think that it made any sense. You would think I was crazy, but you sound the same way when you talk about Jesus and Christianity and all that. Not everybody subscribes to that. So when you interject that into conversations, you have to be willing. You have to understand that the pushback is probably going to come, and you have to accept that because not everybody subscribes to your religion. Some people are Muslims. I think it's actually more Muslims in the world than it is Christians, right? Some people are Buddhists. Some people are Judaism, practice Judaism. Some people are agnostic. Some people are atheists. So this idea that your marriage didn't work because you weren't a Christian, are you serious? You want to talk about the numbers? Let's really look and dive into it and see how many of these failed marriages are with people who call themselves Christians, right? And the first thing you're gonna say is, well, they wasn't real. They couldn't have been real because it didn't work out. Oh man,
I don't know where you got that from, but no. So I think when believers, because I call it believers, when believers stand on their faith and how they believe, some people look at it as an attack to the person that doesn't believe. If somebody say God is not real, listen.
Hold on for a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Edelman, I'm sorry. I didn't want to cut you off. I tried to get you, but I was muted. Hold that thought. Please don't forget. I want to say good night to JB, but he wants to give a final thought. And as soon as Edelman is done and Beans responds, Jedi Mike, I'm coming straight to you. I promise. All right. So go ahead, JB.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. I do gotta hop off, but I just wanted to say this.
Cam up.
So I think I gotta hop off. So listen, here's my thing, right? So the one thing how do I put this? I think there's a big disconnect in the manosphere. On one hand, I think it's very important that we have conversations about the issues that men face. That's actually one of the reasons I love this space, right? When I came into this space. But that's also at the same time one of the reasons I really liked Kevin Samuels was because he was addressing the issues men face, but at the same time he understood the need for marriage. And I think two things can be true at once, right? I think right now the worst thing that's happening in America, period, but especially the Black people, is the destruction of the Black family, right? And of the family unit, of the nuclear family unit, right? Most of the things that we see going on, going wrong in this country, and especially amongst Black communities, it starts with basically a lack of a father in the home. Most of these situations, you could actually pretty much connect it to that. So I think there's a very important need for marriage, but I think a lot of men, they reach a point where, in my opinion, just my opinion, right? It gets to a point where they're stuck in this red pill rage stage and they never move past it. They don't like to think pragmatically, right? You don't have to look at things from a Disney world perspective, right? You can think pragmatically and think, okay, here's the pros and cons. Here's all the things that could go wrong. Life is a series of trade-offs, right? You pick which ones work for you. And you understand, listen, shit could hit the fan. All right, how do I plan ahead in case shit hits the fan, right? But it doesn't have to be this thing where let's just say, marriage ain't it, and then let's just shit on everybody that's married. Just because somebody's pushing a positive a positive message about marriage, right? And especially a message that's based in Christianity, does not mean that they look at the world from a Disney perspective, right? It just means that they see the need for this in a world full of dysfunction and degeneracy, especially amongst Black people, right? As much as we don't like to say it, it's true. We have so much degeneracy and so much dysfunction, and the root of it is a lack of a nuclear family unit. So I think there's a huge need for marriage. I understand the issues men face, obviously, right? There has to be some way we can have that nuanced conversation without making it this very black and white, like either you're against it or you just look at it from this Disney World perspective. There is actually a middle ground where you see the world in a realistic way and you just, you accept. And I also think that's a part of being a man, right? Part of being a man is accepting that risk comes with life is suffering. Life comes with risk, right? That's a big part of being a man, in my opinion. You have to accept risk as part of the equation, right? The thing is, how do you mitigate that risk? You don't get rid of risk entirely. How do you mitigate it and move forward? So that's just my take on it. So I personally,
JB, you was the same person that called my opinions out. You was the same person that called my opinions about marriage out. I'm sorry.
What did I say? Tell me what I said specifically, because I've always been pro-marriage on this.
I know you've been pro-marriage, but you was. So
what did I call out?
You was a very against my stance on marriage.
What I called out. Tell me.
I'm just being okay.
You're not being real. Tell me specifically.
No, go finish your point. Finish your point.
No, use your words. You made a claim.
You calm down. You calm down.
You cannot make a claim. You cannot make a claim without backing it up. Back it up. I have been pro-marriage since the first day I came in this space, bro. And there's evidence of it.
You calm down. You're leaving.
But you're the one who made the claim. You cannot make the claim and not be able to back it up.
I just think you're capped.
Okay, tell me how I'm capped. Tell me how I'm capped.
JB, I bet your beautiful wife is waiting. Tell her I said hello because I haven't spoke today.
Good night, JB.
Yeah, JB, listen, y'all come back. You and Cam both, and I want to say hello. And congratulations too. Congratulations, and I hope you know what I'm talking about.
Cookie boss. How is he gonna poison the well, right? Because see, this is actually what females do, right? How are you gonna poison the well and claim that I've done something and not be able to back it up? Right?
Well,
if you say I'm capped, you must be able to tell me how I'm capped. Tell me exactly what I said that counters what I'm saying right now. Why can't you do that?
Well, listen, it could have been just like they do. Oh, I'm sorry. You gonna tell them?
No, I was just gonna say.
I've never once been against marriage in this space ever.
No. I was just saying that you were against the stances of that I've taken upon marriage, and I think in particular, very against what you're talking about. I'll just be honest with you.
Like what?
Well, just call me.
Use your
just
words,
call
bro.
me.
Like what?
Just call me. Just call me and we'll talk.
You're the one who put it out there, though. You put it out there, so back your point.
See, this is the problem.
Back your point, bro.
Hold on, gentlemen. Hello.
I'm not trying to derail the conversation. Have a good
You
night.
just did, though. You just did.
Hello. I want to make this point.
I'll reverse that.
So this is the problem I have with people like Beans, right? So what they make these arguments of, hey, do this without using Christianity, and it's almost like me saying you make your argument without using black or being a man. And when we make our argument based off Christianity, it's because what it's part of us, it's what we believe, and we have the right to tell people, hey, no. We in Christians, we believe words are very powerful. We're not going to let you speak certain words. And if we have the right to say, no, we're not going to let you release those words, different things like that, based off our belief. Now, you could like it or you can dislike it, but you can't then try to challenge us by what we believe.
No, see, this is what it is. You guys, and I'm going to say this specifically for you. You got all the money and none of the brains. I literally just told you what the problem was. I didn't say the problem was that you brought up Christianity. I said expect pushback, specifically because you're talking to people who might not practice Christianity, right? And then specifically, I said when you try to suggest that that's the reason why, oh, your marriage didn't work, it's because you weren't practicing Christianity. Oh, your marriage didn't work, it's because your wife had a job.
Who does that?
Something that you and I can pull the words up to show it.
Hold on for a minute. Let me
been consistent amongst black people for how many decades? Both people working, and let you tell it. The reason why marriages don't last is because y'all letting y'all women work for other men. Like that's what I'm saying. When you say certain things, bro, that isn't consistent to the majority of people that you're dealing with and you're talking to. The majority of people, not even you, to be honest with you, practices Christianity to the full extent of it. Y'all pick and choose what you want to pick from the Bible and say, yeah, I rock with this and this I don't, right? So at the end of the day, it's foolish to me to bring that thing in when you know that's how you practice it. Now, if you ain't wearing dual blended clothing. If your wife is on her menstruation, you in a whole nother house. If you practicing everything that the Bible say don't do and do, then by all means, bro, have at it. But
this tells me that
make it seem like the reason why other people are having the 50% of marriages that end in divorce and whatever percent of the marriages that sustain the actual marriage, but maybe going through some sort of dysfunction or uncomfortability or whatever. Oh, it's because they don't have Jesus and the woman got a job. Like that's
So being the point. Hold on, Bean. The point that I was making is, and this is why I think it's dangerous for people that's not believers to quote the Bible, right? Because what they do is they take a portion of the Bible, they say, hey, you don't supposed to eat pork because it was in this portion of the Bible, and they don't understand that Jesus came to fulfill the law. If you understand, it's certain things that we're not under that they was under in the Bible. And so if you don't understand the actual thought process behind it, it sounds like you're just babbling when you say,
wait. So what you're assuming right now is that I don't wait. Because what you're assuming right now is that I don't understand what the new covenant is. So eat a man. So what you're assuming right now is that I don't understand what the new covenant is.
So let me just add.
It doesn't make sense.
No,
I don't care because you can quote the new covenant. That's my point. Is that y'all find every reason to pick and choose what you're going. Oh, if it ain't in the red letters, it don't really matter. Like, no, that's what I'm saying. Nobody cares, bro.
But
It don't have
listen,
anything to do with the fact of whether or not your marriage survives, whether or not you practice Christianity. It just doesn't.
okay, so let me add this to it, Beans, because I think man, I hear what you're saying, but you don't have to be so literal with it. The fact of the matter is, when you say things about God and you say it's a covenant, they do talk about it's Disney. We actually are picked on, Beans, and you know it, but it's okay that we're picked on. I don't quote scriptures. I just live them. But what you need to understand, though, you and not just you, I mean, anybody who would pick on a Christian for whatever reason, or pick on someone that follows Christ for whatever reason, is that we all are a work in progress. It's not how many we get right. It's that we're trying to do right and just recognize that in us. What I do is I grace everybody. And that's what it's about. You love and you give grace. But what we don't receive is if we do something or say something, it's always seen as an issue, a problem, especially in these spaces. So that's why it's easy for me to say a lot of content creators are anti-God, because if you're anti-me for just advocating for marriage, advocating for men, and loving women, then you're anti-God, because that's what I am.
That's an overstatement. Like, I can't speak for your experience as me, and I'm gonna try to.
Listen, no, I'm not trying to take it personal or anything. I'm just telling you as. Oh, okay.
No, I know. I'm just saying. I'm saying so that you understand. I'm not speaking for what your experience has been, but from what I have seen, and I'll speak specifically for people like Aaron O and Cheeky. It's not that they're anti-marriage, and they're definitely not anti-religion. The fact of the matter is that people view it the same way how they view if you talk about anything that's wrong with America, people see you as anti-American.
You can't equate God to political speech.
Well, in this case, I guess I am.
So listen, I got a bunch of smart people here.
Real quick.
Yeah, you can. But I got something I want you to see. So don't go anywhere when you're done. I want you to see something.
Yeah, no. If you say, like, I'll give you an example. Somebody like Uncle Tom, Patriarchy Strikes Back. These are people that I network with. So anything I'm saying right now, somebody would say to their face. If you say anything against America, they go straight to, you need to go to another country and see how bad it is, and you don't understand, and it's like, dude, we get it. It's a lot of good stuff about America, but I can talk about these bad things. Black mothers, right? For so long in the Black community, you ain't supposed to say nothing bad about your mama, right? And that's why for so long we've had terrible ass Black mamas, because nobody wanted to say my mama was bad, my mama was disrespectful, my mama called her daughters bees and hoes and all that other stuff, my mama beat us with switches and all this and stitching cords and all this type of stuff just because she had a bad day. Nobody wanted to talk about mama. So for so long, mama went so long unchecked, right? You can't say nothing bad about mama. And I'm saying, just because we might say this is what's wrong with marriage doesn't make us anti-marriage. Just because you might say this is what's wrong with religion or Christianity or Islam or whatever, it doesn't make you anti-religion or spirituality. You're just pointing out the things that you see as a problem. That's it.
Okay, I got a question, but I want to look at this video first. But I also want Jedi Mike to say what he has to say, and I want to say hello to Scam. So Scam, hello, how are you? Jedi Mike, go ahead and say what you're going to say, and I want to show y'all this video because, Beans, I think what we're missing is I always give credit to my creator, and then it always seems to turn into religion. And I think that's what we miss. I don't talk, every time I say something, it always go. I'm saying, no, you got to get God first before you can even think about the religion. But I just wanted to say that real quick. Go ahead, Jedi, and then we're going to get to this video. I need y'all to see this video really quick. Go ahead, Jedi.
Congrats, Jedi.
So okay.
You need a drink. You need a drink.
Man, listen.
It is Friday night.
First of all, I just want to say I hope everyone having a good day and stuff. But this is my issue as someone who is married and also is a Christian and everything like that. I think I just want to first say on anybody in the chat saying who are non-Christian, on behalf of Christian people, I will offer you guys an apology because I believe that there are certain people or whether it might be content creator or just people in this space, whatever, who come across as disingenuous and also misquote the word of God in terms of just to fill their narrative or the context of any type of talking point they want to push on. And I don't feel that not really any of us as Christians or influencers do better enough job to checking them or checking people who are on, right? Especially when we are supposed to be in terms of a higher responsibility, especially when we're basing off of the Bible. But I'm sorry, I can't call you Beans, but I mean, hope you a podcast. But with the point that you're making about coming across the same about using religion and conversation stuff, I think the first thing is that a lot of people need to understand their audience, especially if you're a content creator and get on these panels. The fact that if I'm having talking about marriage or talking about any type of situation and are coming from a moral based standpoint, and if my standpoint coming from the word of God and yours just coming from logic or life experiences, I am not going to continue saying, well, Ephesians chapter 4 verses 9 and 10. I'm not going to go to keep doing that and pandering that to you when you're also just coming from, and then you reject it saying, well, also, but in Leviticus it said this. Okay, you're not even a Christian or believer or anything. Let me just go on from taking the Bible out of it, even though my morals and my standpoints are influenced and foundation is in the Bible. I'm not going to put that on you. We can have intellectual conversation, and we don't have to bring up the book in order for you to actually understand what I'm talking about. And I think that we're not also what I saw the amount of dust that was on that other panel was a lot of disingenuous conversation and bring up damn Reddit and shit for data and crap. I might as well go to Wikipedia and get some stuff about marriage and relationship. It's absolutely ridiculous. And the fact that saying about pushing marriage and everything. Guess what? Not everybody is fit to be married. And you can have the ring, you can have the license, but you don't have the commitment, you don't have the loyalty, you don't have the type of legacy or anything at home. Because you can lie to anybody you want when you turn this camera on, right? But yet, especially when we're having children, they are the results of what happens in your home. So the truth is going to come out one way or another. So I'm saying that in these panels and stuff, and going to what JB's things like, listen, we're in the same, we're newlyweds, we got wives. I just do believe there's a certain type of criteria of, as a man, responsibility. Listen, if I do not want my wife to be in these spaces and be in these low level conversations with people who are disingenuous, and she might it's going to lead to invitation for her being attacked or whatever, I said, babe, do not get on these spaces. And since when I got married, you have not seen my wife in any of these panels today.
Have not. You agree? I agree with you.
Now, I guess now is it being in terms of what's Mr. Boss and Security Boss, what they're doing. That's what they have in their relationship, right? And that's an agreement that they have. And I think whether it's religion or in just a regular non-religion based marriage or relationships, we have to stop telling folks, hey, listen, if it's working for you, it's working for you. If it's working for me, it's working for me. You're not in the I'm not married to you, you're not married to me, right? We come from different life experiences, and there are some similarities and differences which we can actually talk to actually get to solutions in terms of the disagreements we have. But if I'm saying, I see someone on a panel, well, I don't feel like you should tell a woman she can't go in certain spaces or whatever. All right, great. I'm not married to you. And that's why you have absence of a left ring on your finger. But I leave it at that, so it's like to continuing on these things about perpetuating, I'm going to tell you how you should conduct your life, whatever. If it's working for you and you're in peace and you're not acting no harm to anybody else, go ahead. But I just don't understand, especially just when we're talking about relationships, and we're coming across as very disingenuous. Whether I have the Bible or I have logic or life experiences, there's going to be hypocrites whether you like it or not, and we have to have a higher responsibility of making sure that our conversation is coming in a place of integrity. So that's what just the last few days I was just seeing, especially to my African brother who left out here talking about the dust he had last week about beating on women and everything last week. Man, I was about to get on him today. He jumped off. I'm glad he did. He won't be left standing, because that right there is that stuff in the comments people were seeing. We didn't check him, right? We just let that happen, and I was disappointed. I was like, are you serious? And people are watching this.
Sometimes
I'm
I
sorry.
tried to fix it, but they dusted it. I had to go.
Dust for y'all. But
I tried to fix it, bro. I tried.
this sounds crazy.
They
But
dusted me and I
anyway,
had to
I'm
go
just
out.
listen. You can agree, disagree with that state. What happened last week, whatever, all you
It
want.
was dust.
But I'm just saying, folks are watching that. They've watched everything, like the words that are coming exactly out of your mouth, even if you're not listening to them. So we have. I'm just saying to any content creator, anything when you have a stance on something, whatever, you gotta be very careful and making sure you articulate yourself properly.
Right.
And I think it's
You
dangerous.
got our Michael President.
So it's dangerous. So when I say, hey, I believe the foundation of a great marriage is a belief in God, I'm not saying that is the only way. And when I say that, people say, oh, you're trying to say that you have to believe in God the only. This is what I do in my house. And this is the things that I have put in place and we have got success. If you want to go find another thing that works for you, go ask them. But when you ask me, I'm going to tell you what I have done to be successful. I don't know nobody who don't have God in their life and they have a successful marriage. I don't know that. So how can I speak on that? And we don't speak on that. People think we're saying that it doesn't work. No, we're speaking from our perspective. And I think that's the difference.
Okay, so let's play this video really quick. Mr. Boss, is it ready? All right. Here you go, y'all. Then we're going to get back into it. And I think we're going...
Confused. Being philosophically consistent and being a very honest person, I'm sure you can tell me where God came from.
Your question, where did God come from, assumes that you're thinking of the wrong, obviously it displays that you're thinking of the wrong God, because the God of the Bible is not affected by time, space, or matter. If he's affected by time, space, or matter, he's not God. Time, space, and matter is what we call a continuum. All of them have to come into existence at the same instant, because if there were matter but no space, where would you put it? If there were matter and space but no time, when would you put it? You cannot have time, space, or matter independently. They have to come into existence simultaneously. The Bible answers that in 10 words. In the beginning, there's time. God created the heaven, there's space, and the earth, there's matter. So you have time, space, matter, created a trinity of trinities there. Just, time is past, present, future. Space has length, width, height. Matter has solid, liquid, gas. You have a trinity of trinities created instantaneously, and the God who created them has to be outside of them. If he's limited by time, he's not God. The God who created this universe is outside of the universe. He's above it, beyond it, in it, through it. He's unaffected by it. So your question, where did God come from, is assuming a limited God. And that's your problem. The God that I worship is not limited by time, space, or matter. If I could fit the infinite God in my 3-pound brain, he would not be worth worshiping, that's for certain. So that's the God that I worship. Thank you.
So would y'all like to look at that again, or we got enough of it to give an opinion? Beans, I'm coming straight to you because you know how articulate and you listen so well, and I'm very, very serious. I'm not trying to pick. I'm being honest. Can I have your opinion on that video, sir? Just an opinion.
So the way that the guy explained that, right? Very prolific. Gotta give it to him. He broke it down. I never heard it broken down that way before. It was very awesome. 2 things. One, a man wrote the Bible. So I don't put it past these people who wrote these books that are used to control people's spirituality for being some of the smartest people around to understand what they're doing with words. It's like even now with Eda Black, his response to what I'm saying right now. There are people who understand words in ways that you just can't even understand, that you don't know, Eda Black. That music, notes. You ever watch a movie and put it on mute and it says something like ominous music playing, right? Because there are people who understand every note in music and how it affects how you feel and think about what you're watching. Right? So that's how deep these things go. The people who put all this stuff together, they ain't no dummies. They're not no regular people who just threw something together and said, we're going to take over the world with this. No, these were some of the smartest people in the world. And the ones who weren't as smart, they were smart enough to understand they needed the smartest people in the world who put it together for them. I'm not trying to invalidate the Bible. What I'm saying is it was written the way it was written for a reason. Some of the most intelligent people I know will tell you that the majority of the Bible is allegorical. And not
okay, I got a question. Beans, what time is it where you at right now? What time is it?
11:49.
Why do you believe that?
That's what it says on my MacBook computer.
No, I understand, but why do you believe that?
That's what time it is.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of belief. It's just a matter of accepting, right? I don't. That's the see. I've been through so much, and I've taken in so much information that I realize I don't really know nothing, right?
Okay.
So at the end of the day, I have to choose to believe or I have to choose to accept, right?
Okay.
So some things I believe. And some things I just accept. There's no reason for me to try to compete with it or go against it. The clock says 11:49. It is what it is. I'm not going to argue with the clock, right? But it's not a matter of belief.
Okay, so how do you explain breathing, air?
How do I explain breathing or air? Those two different things.
Whichever one you want.
Well, breathing is a process of the body. I can't explain why we do it. I just know that it happens. I know if I hold my breath right now, at some point, I'm going to be like, oh my God, I need to breathe. Right?
Who you going to talk to? What you going to say?
I need to breathe.
No.
Oh, you talking about because I said, oh my God.
You said, oh my God.
Right. I mean, listen, this is what I'm trying to tell people, right? Because this is the problem with the way we view things. We think if a person doesn't subscribe to religion, then that's their entirety of their life. Brother, I'm 46 years old. My mom is a minister. My auntie Peaches is an evangelist. My auntie Vivian was an apostle. Her husband was a bishop. I grew up in the church. COGIC. I've been around the church all my life.
Can I talk?
It's not based on limited information.
But what did I say about religion? I was just talking about time, space, and matter. What did I say about religion? You said people think that when you don't subscribe, you don't believe in religion. I didn't say anything about religion. I was just talking about time, space.
No, I wasn't responding to you.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you so much. But
what the guy said was very prolific. Can't deny that at all. At the end of the day, I got you. But at the same time, he has to understand that the question that the guy is asking, he's just using the very first words that come to his mind that exhibit what he's trying to ask, which is there has to be a beginning and an end, or else there can be no alpha and no omega. So there has to be a beginning and an end. So when the guy asks where did God come from, that's what he was saying. What was God's beginning? And so he answered in a very prolific way, but he still didn't answer the question.
Oh, he didn't? Okay. So what I heard though is the man that answered the question, what did he call himself? He said he was a what did he say he was? Physiologically disciplined and honest. So he was a very logical, smart man, is what he said he was. And I don't get it. I'm confused. I wish that video played on because I want to know.
Confused. Being philosophically consistent and being a very honest person, I'm sure you can tell me where God came from.
Oh no, he was speaking of the person he was asking the question to.
Correct. I'm just referencing how logical he was to the fact that it confused him to where God came from. And when the man gave him an answer, I don't have the other or the next video where he said, oh, okay. But anyway, hold on for a minute. You ain't got to hold on, but if you get ready, I'm gonna go to E Black and see what he has to say. Go ahead, sir.
The thing about it is, okay, I get it. Look, we can talk about the nuts and bolts of God and Bible and religion and a lot of things that, okay, I get it. I get it. You know, we've all had our issues, but like I said, like I've talked to other people before, you cannot name a person of power, of stature, of history, who didn't believe in God, who believe literally this idea of a godless person is a new idea. For history, we've always believed in a higher power. We've always understood that our place in this world is so insignificant that there had to be somebody in control. And I understand religion. Okay, who made this book and who did this and who did that? But the idea that there is no God or there is no higher scripture or writing or design or development of a man, and our role as a man is not predefined and predestined, is to me, like I said, what's wrong with the society. We have a designed nature. We have been preordained by God to do certain things. We all take it up. We all say, yeah, I'm a man. Why? Why is it the point that we say that we are a man, then we say there is no God? How can we reconcile those two things? I'm developed to do certain things in this earth, and my order is through God. But then all of a sudden, we say, well, there is no God, there is no religion, and then all of a sudden we say women should submit because that's what women are developed for. It does not make sense. It's because you're not willing to take up your throne, and you're not willing to put on the crown that you're willing to. That's the only thing. And when I hear cats talk like that, I just think of weak, scared men. Because you're scared, you're really scared that God is going to hold you accountable for not holding up your end of the bargain and honoring him.
No, you're conflating though, right? Because submission doesn't have anything to do with religion or spirituality. Submission, from what I can tell from most men, is based on what women want.
I ain't talking about submission.
You just said like men.
I said, why can we ask women to submit? Because that's what they're designed to. But then we as men cannot take up our order.
Yes, but not designed by God, right? It's the design itself is based on what the women want, right? And the role that we have been taught that we're supposed to play. Here's the thing.
Who developed the role? Who developed the role?
Okay, let me concede to your point that all of this is based on God. Here's the thing, E-Black. How did 70%, and I'm going to see how much integrity you have. How did 70% of the Christian world get Christianity? Did they just take it because they just fell in love with it? Or was it forced upon them? See, this is the part where you want to be silent. You see? But you want to talk about everybody else.
No, you have the answers. You have the answers.
I'm asking you. You're the Christian guy.
No. 70% of it was developed through the diaspora and colonization. Go ahead.
Okay.
Continue.
Right. So at the end of the day, when you take a religion that was forced upon the world as it was, we can't deny that. It just is what it is, regardless of what you think about it. Right?
God is not
cannot argue the point that, the whole world has been, believing God and believing this and that. So what? No, who cares? That doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. When we're talking about marriage and relationship between men and women, you can literally remove God from the equation and nothing has to change. The roles will still remain the same based on what we want, right? So if I'm a woman in a relationship and I want a man that's going to provide everything, I don't have to work. I need to submit. That's just period, point blank. At the end of the day, that's my role in that kind of relationship, is that I need to submit. Period, point blank, right? And if I'm a man who wants a woman that is literally submissive to me, not cooperative, because these are two different things. Cooperation and submission is not the same. If I want a woman who's submissive to me, then I need to be a provider, like a father to this woman, right? Now, if I'm just saying I want somebody that cooperates, I don't have to provide for her all the time. It can be a 50-50 relationship, but she still should cooperate only simply because she chose to be in the relationship. Would you go get a job and then do everything in your power to ruin your position in the company? No, you wouldn't. So why would you go get a man and get in a relationship and then do everything in your power to ruin the relationship? That makes absolutely no sense. You should be willing to cooperate.
No. Your point makes no sense, because the idea of women and men has always been, like, since the beginning, we've always had this role, and that's not been based on, yes, there is no, God has always developed this. You can look at the walls of hieroglyphics and people who predate the Bible. Like, people have always had a concept of God, and we've always understood the role of the woman and the man. And for you to ignore that fact is basically saying, well, we just made it up because life is hard.
You have no evidence to support the argument.
I have evidence.
Always thought there was a God.
I literally just told you that basically when you look at the hieroglyphics, there's always been a role of woman and man, right?
How old are the hieroglyphics?
Oh, God.
Okay, so listen,
It's a genuine question. I'm sorry, security boss.
Listen, I don't want y'all to go back and forth on that. Let it just settle, and then we'll come back to it another day or what have you. Because all these reasonings that we have for the Bible being forced upon us, or the Caucasian man making us do this and that. What I'm gonna give y'all a what if. What if the Bible, which is actually written this way, was made for darker skinned people? Or not made for, but we were actually the makers, or the ones that were actually identified before Christ. What if that was actually the case? Just a thought. Then what?
No evidence.
Then what? I'm just no. Think about it. Just think about it for a minute, and we will come back. But just think about it, because the folks in Egypt didn't look. I mean, just think about it. But go ahead, Skim Likely, add something. Then I'm gonna go to them super chats.
Yeah, I was gonna go way even before that video. Because that video, after that video was played, 5 people went agnostic. Let's just be real. 5 Christians.
Don't believe. 5 people don't believe in God. Okay.
No, after the video, they went and turned agnostic after that video.
Okay.
There's a whole bunch of problems going on. And I'll say it. I remember you asked me a while ago, do you think that this is manosphere? Do you think it's actually for real, or is it entertainment? The truth is, yes, it's entertainment. It's not real. Sometimes you can throw something real in there, but all this stuff is based on talking points, egos, and people who refuse to listen. People come in, they're always right. They say what they say, and they don't listen to the other party. And no learning can be done that way. That's some Christians, non-Christians, dustosaurs, fat feminists, manosphere. 80-90% of the talking points don't even make sense. But traditionalism and Bible thumping beat all the critical thinking out of the human man. 1942, all it was is this place they call this community. We's black and we together. And even white. Let's take the race out of it. You do what you're told. Don't look left, don't look right. You just do what you're told or you get beat. Because it's how it is. If you don't do it, you get shamed and you get beat. And finally, people broke loose with feminism and all kind of other stuff. Now, it did get out of control. That is true. But there's like, look, why is this the way? Don't ask why, boy, because I said so. They escaped from that, and now they're asking real questions. They're getting fake answers. Protect and provide. Protect and provide. Protect what? Provide what? Don't make sense. And then the protectors and providers. Ain't nobody in karate dojos to get no women. And there's people with big money in the manosphere super chatting $200-$300 mad at the damn women. Something must be wrong. Something's wrong. And then you go ask questions. They go in here come like, I was married 76 years, my brother. She was married 80. The people who are 18, 20, 30, in their time frame, they seen these fake marriages fall all the way apart. It happened to their cousin, their uncle. They know. They are aware. I'm not calling a name or whatever, but people aren't listening to the people when me and podcast got in major dustathons. But I heard everything he just said, and he's trying to tell people, meet people where they are and listen to what they got to say before thumping them and stuffing a Bible down their throat, or saying, oh, the talking point 26 says you got to do this. Sometimes they're just asking why, or hey, it doesn't make sense and I just want to know. Because some people don't know and they don't get it. But here comes Kevin Samuelson, wall, big money. All the protection. Well, I'm rich and you's a broke. Well, I'm ugly and you's. Now I do it sometimes, but I'm a troll. I already know the conversations ain't real conversations anyway. So, hey, let me go troll and dust a few people. Why not? But if it's going to be real conversations, stuff has to make sense. It has to come from a genuine place. People need to be listening. They said no. So here come the trolls. And last week, I just got to be real. The dude was talking about men putting his hands on women. You don't do that, especially if y'all limited men all the way to protect and provide. How are you protecting a woman while you're thumping her melon at the same time? And the conversation turned into women beating up the men. What was that? Just no. The answer is just no. And then it was about happiness. And if
Damn,
women
you
are living,
saw the woman beat on the man though. We had a video of the woman. You showed a video of the woman beating on the man. That's why Rudolph ended up, that's how it started with Travis Rudolph. She was beating him
here's
up.
another question. 1 minute we say we don't know these celebrities' lives. The next minute we wave that Sierra dress every week, and Jada's, that's the examples we go to. Or every video we put up, that man is an average man doing the best he can. Oh, he demands. And it's a woman who's in the nation of Wigwam out of control. If we're going to talk about women getting married, it needs to be marriable women and marriable men. If we're going to talk about the nation of Wigwam, we got to bring Pookie and Marquavius in there too. But it's always an imbalance. All the men is perfect, but the women's out of control. These modern. And it's throwing people off. I'm just saying.
So security guards.
I'm just a dusty troll. I'm just saying.
I got you. So I appreciate you having me over here. I just want to say thank you for having me over here. I think it's different because I have saw my mother. So basically, my mother works in the hospital in Georgia called University, and I used to be able to go on the floor after school and see people, and all the atheists and all the people who was on her phone when they was on their deathbed, when they was having cancer, they was asking Christians to pray for them, help them get through that situation. And I know a lot of people might not believe that that's real. But my goal in this whole thing is, I really seen, like, if you really study Christianity, if you go back to Ethiopia, Christianity was in Ethiopia way before it got into Europe. So this idea that it was a white man religion is just completely crazy to me, because people just don't understand where the origin came from. But thank you for having me up here. This was a great conversation. You're doing great things, especially painting a vision on what marriage can be. I know people try to say what it is, but I know that I manifest the marriage I want because I had faith. And I just want to say I really appreciate what you're doing in this earth.
Thank you, Eva, man. Have a good night. Tell the wife we said hello and peace out. So, Scam, did you have anything else? Because we get ready to end the show. This has been a outstanding show. I hope nobody was too offended by anything, but I'm getting final words now. And Scam, I should have told you that, but Eda Man jumped in before. But do you have anything else you want to add to the last thing you said?
I'm saying,
how about
the
a
big
song?
problem.
Song?
No,
don't do no song.
There's a big disconnect. Number one is communication. People don't talk. People just talk and just talk and just talk, and they don't listen. They said no, we ain't gonna listen. People beat each other with the talking points and egos and anger and the women's, the men's. I mean, of course, I'm a controller. I mean, you understand. But you just can't have conversations. You can't teach. Nobody can learn that way. I'm just talking about as a whole. And I can learn from a lot. I've actually learned a lot from beings, from Jay Prince, some total opposite for me. I learned from the squares, nerds, trolls, everybody. If people would listen better and come in good energy, things could be better. But understand, a lot of people don't understand. And understand, you got to meet people where they are and understand, and you'll find out why they are the way they are, speak the way that they speak, and feel the way that they feel. That's all I got.
All right, thank you. But listen, I'm gonna challenge you to something that you just said. And of course you don't have to do it, but
it's not stop trolling. It ain't got nothing to do with trolling, though, because I'm not gonna stop.
No, it has nothing to do with trolling.
Okay.
No, it has nothing to do with trolling. What it has something to do with is I'm all for moving the conversation forward and solutions. So if you have something to add to that, please don't hesitate to text or send me a topic. Say, SB, let's dive into this, and I can do my little investigation on it and see what I can add to it, and we can move forward, because I want to move forward too. I like conversations.
I can give you one right now.
Well, don't do it right now. It's too much going on right now. But yeah, you can email me. You know my email address or something.
No, I don't got your info.
You don't?
I can give you one right now. You want it?
No, not right now. Because I'm moving on. Beans. Scam is trying to give me a hard time. So I'm talking to you right now, sir. How you doing? And I want you to add to this conversation, but I want you to do it as in I'm a farewell type thing. So tell me what you got.
To JB's comment, right? We cannot pretend that the Holy Bible, as we know it, the King James Version here in America, is what it was for the Ethiopians. We cannot pretend that it was the same thing when it was Horus, or it was Krishna, or it was Dionysus, or Mithra of India, and all these different forms of Christians or Christ-like symbols for these different people across the world for ages and ages before even Jesus, right? So we cannot pretend that it's the same thing. The problem with this specific religion for some people is that it has been translated so many different times. There's so many different kinds of Bibles. And that's one of the problems that people have an issue with. But I'm not here to try to tell anybody not to have their religion, man. Listen, when I was in college, and I took a philosophy of religion, actually, and my professor, shout out to Professor Allen from Harold Washington College in Chicago. He never would just like tell us his real opinion about stuff, right? We would ask him, he would always say, no, it's not for me to tell you, it's for you to figure out for yourself. And that's the point, is that when you're talking to people, don't assume they don't know, right? Oh, y'all just be talking and y'all don't know. Like even with Jedi Mike, what I want to tell him is no matter what he think his level is of understanding of the Bible, it's some people in this world that are agnostic or possibly even atheists that know more about the Bible than he does, and he's a believer. Because there's people that really study religions and they don't have to subscribe to them in order to study. So just stop, take your ego out of it, right? And just accept the fact that some people have made up, pardon my French, their own damn minds, right? We've been around for a long time and we've endured what we've endured. We went through what we went through. And I'm going to say this, and I'm going to close. To this day, if something is going on, I call my mom. My mom is literally in school right now to become a pastor so she can stand in front of pulpits and teach people, right? She's in school for it. That's how real it is for her.
Yeah.
And I'll call her and be like, Mom, pray for me, right? Now, years ago, she would be like, I don't understand. Why do you call me and ask me to pray for you if you don't believe in God? And I had to explain to her, I'm not asking you to pray because I believe in God. I'm asking you to pray because I believe in your faith. I believe that if you believe things are going to work out, that positive energy will come over here with me because I have anxiety. So I always think everything is going to go wrong. So I need at least one person in my corner to have a positive outlook about it because I do believe in energy. And so that's why I don't demonize Christianity. I don't demonize Islam. I don't demonize Buddhism, which they would tell you is not actually a religion. I don't demonize Judaism. It's not about demonizing the religion. It's don't hold that thing that you have over us people that don't subscribe to it. Don't say that, well, the reason why you make $150,000 a year and I only make 60 is because you believe in Christ. Because there's a lot of Christians that's making 40. So that's my only thing that I was trying to convey today is don't make it seem like that you got some edge on everybody else because you subscribe to a certain religion or your woman don't have to work a regular 9-to-5 job or all of these other things, man. It's people moving through life just trying to make the best decisions for themselves. And that's it. You know what I'm saying? And I have, so just because I want to make sure you know this, security boss, I have the utmost respect for you. And that same show I said, you're one of the only women outside of Courtney Michelle that I can say literally comes on these platforms, on YouTube, on lives, don't take the video down and talk about the mistakes that you make. The men really don't even do that. The only time they acknowledge mistakes is when they say, I chose the wrong woman. Nobody in this space is accountable for what they have done, and you're one of the ones who are, right? So don't get it twisted. What I was saying yesterday was just my perspective of what had happened, and I was just saying in that moment what I thought may have caused a dysfunction between you and Fatty. There was nothing about that that had anything to do on how I view you or your marriage or Mr. Boss or any of that other stuff. I got nothing but the highest regard and respect for you. And I want to make sure that that came across as well. Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered. I see you up there, bro. It's always good to see your face. And Eda Black, one of the newest members.
Eda Black. What?
Yeah, Eda Black.
Good podcast. I need you to stay right there for just a second because I want you to stay right there for just a second because I want Black Man, my co-host. It's good to see you tonight. I hope you learn a lot, but I'm finna put you to work really quick. Can you look up for me and tell me when the first Bible was written or translated? Can you give me a year on that? And why he's doing that? Beans, I got something to tell you for him doing that, but I'm gonna read the super chats and why he's doing that. Thank you, man. What's going on? Thank you so much for your $19.99 super chat. And AL, thank you for your $5 super chat. And he says they got married in 1994 and Bill Gates became a billionaire in 1997. That's a direct fact. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate facts. Kenny from the Block said, thank you for your $9.99 super chat, supporting SB, keeping derailers and interrupters off the panel. The piece is lovely. Thank you so much, Kenny. Thank you for that. Jonathan, thank you for your $4.99 super chat. Huh? Oh, excuse me, JB. Mr. Boss corrected me and said JB. Okay, so he says America is so horrible that tens of thousands of migrants are risking their lives every day to cross our borders to make it into this horrible country. You are exactly right, and I know what you mean by that. Thank you so much, guys, for that. But Black Man, you got an answer for me?
Yeah, I do.
What was it?
Shout out to everybody on the panel tonight. Happy Father's Day. Mr. Boss, E Black and Beans, and every other man that's watching tonight. So Ethiopia, the first Bible was in Ethiopia, of course. The Ethiopian Bible is the oldest and most complete Bible on earth. But then you look at the first translation of the Bible. The first English translation of the Bible happened in 1535.
Okay, so y'all use 1535. How many years ago was that? Black Man, you got your calculator?
Yeah, I got it. Ooh, that's a long time ago.
I just want to hear that. I want you to tell me that.
Yeah, give me just a second.
I'm gonna make this point, y'all. Y'all just work with me. It's moving slow, but I'm gonna make a point.
Right, give me just a second.
It's about 488 years.
Yeah.
How much? I'm just gonna say 500 years. Can I do that?
Yeah, 488 years.
Okay, so listen to this. So Beans, if I met a man, or let's say, I'm gonna say a man. I'm gonna say a man. If I met a man who 488 years ago was able to tell me something, anything that was confirmed 488 years later, I would have to believe what he's saying. I don't care who he is. If he can tell me what happened from the beginning or the end from the beginning, 488 years ago, this man, forget, we ain't gonna even use the word. Okay, whoever he was, whoever the man was whoever the people was that man was that wrote this Bible, he wrote it 488 years ago that we know. But everything that's in there is confirming itself today. Down to almost oh my God. One day I'm gonna tell you, I was talking and I said something. I said, you know what that is? Black man can attest to this. Black man, I said, oh, that ain't nothing but a silly woman. Guess what me and Black Man did? Black Man, was you with me when we did it? We went to the scripture and guess what jumped out? It talked about a silly woman.
Sure did.
I almost fell out my chair. I was like, what? What did God know about a silly woman 488 years ago? I didn't have all that information, but work with me, y'all. Work with me. So 488 years ago, this man who wrote this Bible, who translated this Bible, who inspired these words, whatever, however you want to say it, they're confirming themselves today. So even if he wasn't the man, and even if he wasn't real, I can't even say that, he was so darn intuitive. Why wouldn't we listen to what he's saying? Because he got it right. He got it right. Everything he said is confirming itself today. I can look up today, something that happened today, and I promise you, it happened today. And he told us it was happening, and he did it 488 years ago. Who do you know that's good? Who do you know that mind is that wise that 488 years ago, they could have told you what happened today in 2023?
See, this is the problem, right? Because it's gonna sound like I'm anti-religion, but I'm not, right? This is just logical, right? It all depends on whether or not you want to accept the fact that human beings have been around for a very long time. My mama used to tell me all the time, son, there's nothing new under the sun. It's just new people doing the same thing.
Guess
So
where
you
that
can
verse
say
came
that,
from? Guess where that came from?
I don't know. I'll take your word.
No, wait a minute. Don't let him leave. Don't let him leave these 488 years, y'all. Come on, this thing.
But my point. But that's my point, right? You're talking about 488 years, right? But the world and mankind had been around according to science, right? Millions of years. But even if you don't believe that, right? According to mankind, we're still talking about 8,000 years, even if you go off a religious perspective, right? So you're talking about 8,000 years. Yeah, somebody could tell you for the last 488, this is what's more than likely to happen. You know what I'm saying? Because we do the
ain't gonna
same
get
thing.
that man credit. If a man came to you not gonna get that man credit. A man came and told you something 488 years ago. You ain't gonna give him credit for that.
I'll give you a really quick example, security boss. I remember when my first, I only have 2 children, right? My daughter was my first child. So I remember when my daughter's mom was pregnant. And I went to my best friend, shout out to my boy Byron, aka Bang from Chicago. I went to him like, bro, I got a baby on the way. Security boss. The man said, bro, you can expect this, and this. I promise you, 9 out of the 10 things he told me was gonna happen, happened. Does that make him Christ? No, he had been through it. He got 4 baby mamas. So he had already been through it. He knew exactly what to expect in a baby mama situation. And I had a baby mama. And I'm telling you, 9 out of the 10 things that man said was going to happen.
All right, sir. I just want you to think about it. Yeah, listen, but have a good night. I appreciate you so much for being here. I really do.
Hey, Beans, I do want to talk to you about this stuff.
No, we can't talk.
Later. Like, just
I'm sorry. But yeah, okay, I'm sorry, Eva. Like I took for granted you was talking about what I said. All right, sir. Thank you so much for being here. I want to hear what you have to add, and definitely you're welcome to SB Nation. Me and Black Men are here every Monday night. We be just chopping it up, talk about all crazy things and all things. So you're welcome to be here and add your perspective whenever you like. So I want to hear what you got to say for tonight, though.
Well, the one thing that, like I said, I didn't catch it live. I'm like most consumers of YouTube entertainment. You know, I'm catching the panels after the fact, and you know, as time kind of went on, I finally caught one that didn't put too much on it, and like I said, I still believe it's about our egos, and you know, it's panel fudgery. You know, to say, you know, it's panel, you know what I'm trying to say. So, yeah. You know, but like I said, in regards to per se the religious part, because you know, me as a Christian, I've been called out because I act a certain way, and then it is what it is. My whole thing about it is that, you know, I can only give you my testimony. If you want a preacher, go to a preacher. You know, and we all believe in certain things, but I can hopefully my testimony of my life can inspire you. If you don't feel that I'm real enough, or if you don't feel like I've struggled enough, or if you don't feel like I've had enough women or dealt with enough addictions or whatever problems that match your situation, so be it. But if you feel that you understand where I come from, then we can relate on certain things. So, but at the same time, like I said, it's one of those things each individual man needs to figure it out. But I would hope that each individual man can find a place with God and a higher power. Just find it. Because like I said, we've been designed by something. And that design, like I said, has been telling us what to do and how to act accordingly as a man. And that's where I come into the picture. It's just, you know, get in where you fit in. So, you know, I appreciate it. I don't want to ramble too much. Salute to Mr. I guess his name is Mr. Boss officially.
Well, yeah, we just, yeah. call him Mr.
Okay.
Boss.
I'm sorry, I'm just not as familiar. So salute to Mr. Boss, because you know me, we about that action. I be the same way. I be talking that jazz. I be talking. So I appreciate him for what you know, like he said, you know, we you know, my old lady the same way. And that's a southern term. So I appreciate it. Salute to Black Man Unfiltered, salute to you, and I appreciate you guys open up your panel and allowing a person like me to come up. So
Thank you very much. And you're welcome. Come back.
okay.
All right. Thanks. Bye. Black Fan, you got all through that conference stuff and came and joined us tonight. You muted.
I got through day one. Tomorrow's day two. Day two is the conference tonight was amazing. George Foreman was amazing speaker. Dak Prescott, even though I'm not a Cowboy fan, he was amazing. He had a great speech as well. Tomorrow is Father and Son Day. They have everything set up for fathers and sons tomorrow. So I'm going to enjoy that with my boys tomorrow. However, I was just listening to everything. Security Boss, let me just say this. Tonight, after everything was over, Pastor Evans said something that was so profound. He said, we're living in a time where passive men are not good for the culture. They're not good for their children. They're not good for family. He said passive men equal chaotic situations and circumstances. He said a passive man is going down on an escalator and trying to walk up and still going to the same destination. Men are not, what we're doing right now, we're conforming. He talked about conforming tonight. And we are, as men, we're conforming to the world. We're conforming to everything that's going on with our children. We're conforming with everything that's going on in marriage. People are starting to conform to the ideology of people who are not married, telling people who are married that they can't talk about marriage because marriage ain't what it is. You know, I wouldn't want to be coached by a I wouldn't want to play football and not. Some of the most successful coaches are coaches who have played the game. And I think that we're at a time right now that there's just too much playing going on, Security Boss. If we believe what we believe, we stand on it. If we have to defend it, we'll defend it. The people that we're talking to, we want to have a conversation, let's have one. But I'm still going to stand on what I believe. There's too much happening in my life to turn against what I believe. We've gone through too much. There's too many avenues. There's too much, too many things that have shown themselves in my life and that's directed me in my life that I didn't do myself. It wasn't me. And now we're getting to the point where, since we're talking Bible, in Revelation, it says in the end days, mothers will be haters of their own daughters. Daughters will hate their mothers. Fathers will hate their sons. Sons will hate their mothers. There will be chaos and chaos on top of chaos. In the end days, what's right will be considered wrong, and what's wrong will be considered right. That's what the book says. Now, if that doesn't give you any proof, then I don't know what will. Because right now we're living in a time where wrong is considered right and right is considered wrong. Right? Marriage used to be the cornerstone of what family was. It used to be celebrated, used to have great get-togethers. You had to, everybody, dressed up in their best clothes. When you said you were engaged, everybody's smiling and clapping for you. And now you say I'm engaged, they'd be like, girl, you stupid. Dude, why? How does it benefit you? I don't want to fight with people who are not married. I would have a conversation with them, but I'm not going to fight people who are not married because they're missing a piece of experience. I think if you haven't experienced a lot, the conversation shouldn't get too deep for you if you haven't experienced anything. I don't understand as adult people, Security Boss, why we do what we do. I think tonight, just sitting there listening to these men, listen, security, let me tell you something. There were 13,000 men at this conference. The name of the conference, thank God, this is fitting right into your show. The name of the conference was called No Excuses. No More Excuses, I'm sorry. 13,000 men showed up. Tonight, it killed so many, it deleted so many stereotypes of black men. He said, Happy Father's Day to all the fathers. Can all the fathers please stand? The father stood up. You should have looked across that room on how many men out of that 13,000 men stood up being proud that they were a father, proud that they were married and had nuclear families, proud. You should have saw it. All the stereotypes of this Pookie, Ray Ray, and all this bull crap that we're hearing on a daily basis. I mean, I looked across the room. I have video and I have pictures. It'll emotionally get you if you don't really get a hold of yourself, because you hear that men ain't nothing. Nobody want them. Nobody want to be with them. They don't take care of their children. This is all you hear. And then I look in this room tonight, 13,000 people in there. And then half of the men in there sitting in there with their sons. They got their sons with them. I had my son with me. And to share that moment with my son, to sit there and listen to George Foreman and Dak Prescott, and then listen to Pastor Evans and his son, Jonathan Evans, and then, to sit there and put my arm around my son and worship with my son and have words of encouragement with my son to keep moving forward and doing it. It's just an experience. So I'm not going to argue with people who want to argue just for the sake of arguing. I think, Security Boss, we believe in Christianity. We believe in it. That's what we believe. We believe in what we read. We believe what's in the good book. And that's just what it should be. We should not waver. The Bible says that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities in high places. It's good. The Bible says in the end days, these things are going to, it's in Revelation. That's why I said, if you want to prove that the Bible has any kind of spoof, just read Revelation. A lot of people are scared of that book. Don't be scared of it. Just read it. It says in the end days, these things would happen. It talks about the alphabet community. It talks about marriages ending, husband and wives hating each other, children hating their parents. It talks about it. It breaks all this stuff down. And so I'm not going to sit here and act like it doesn't exist. And I'm not going to sit here and say, it's amazing to me, Security Boss. Now I'll land my plane here because I can say a lot. It amazes me, Security Boss, that as men, we're too ashamed or too afraid to talk about some things. I'm not going to say this is the majority of life, but men are afraid to stand up in their homes. We're losing in our homes. We can't stand up to women. We want to walk. We're walking on eggshells because our wives are running the castle, right? That's out of order. And we wonder why the houses are in chaos because men won't stand up. I think that we're getting to a point where men are walking on eggshells in every part of their life. The workplace, they can't stand up. Anything that happens with their children, they can't stand up. What happens in their house, they can't stand up. Men are being forced to conform and to just sit down and shut up. And it has to come to a point where we don't sit down and shut up. And what amazes me, Security Boss, that half of these men on here who are trolling, half of the men on here, and I love everybody. I'm just telling it what it is. Half of the men that come on these panels, they're trolling, that's laughing, that's playing, everything's a game, right? You can't get none of them to speak up about anything that's happening in these schools with these babies. You can't get them to talk about anything that's going on with the kids' education, right? These kids can't read on a certain levels. You can't get them to talk about education. You can't get them to talk about this whole sexuality thing. You can't get them to talk about what's going on in the schools, what kind of live books are in the library. You can't get them to talk about anything. You can't get them to go against that because they fear it. And it's amazing that you fear a community more than you fear God. You will sit here and tell people, you Bible thumpers, and all y'all do is think about the Bible. All y'all do is talk about God and force God on people and force the Bible on people. And all y'all do is talk about scripture. And what about this? But I don't see the same energy for the things that are happening in the world. I don't see the same energy. I don't see the same energy. Right? It could be minute. It could be to you. It could be small. It could be medium or big. I don't see the same energy about the things that are happening in the world today. I don't. And until I understand Scam likely has his own way of looking. Looking at things. I don't see the energy of the people. I don't see nobody trolling the community who's targeting your children. I don't see anybody. I don't see no videos of you guys, because see, Security Boss, I think I got to hold myself accountable too, because I need to start recording these PTO meetings that I go to. I need to start recording these meetings that I go to when I'm there to see what's going on in my children's school. I need to start having a camera follow me everywhere I go so we can show what the work. I need them to see what I do at the church. I need them to see the community that we feed at the church, just feeding 4,000, 3,000, 500, 700. The number fluctuates over time. During the COVID, we were feeding me and my children were masked up, 2-3 masks at a time in the community, feeding people who couldn't come outside because they were scared they were gonna die from C-19. We were at that door with bags, and I need to show more of what it looks like to be a kingdom man or a man that goes out. Yes, I talk trash. Yes, I have moments where I pop off on somebody, but at the end of the day, my heart's in the right place. This is what I do. And I'm teaching my kids to do the same thing. And so now we have to understand that the devil, hey, listen, we talk about it, it's crazy. The Bible says that he comes to steal, kill, and destroy. He's stealing our masculinity. You know what tickles me, Security Boss? That there's something called toxic masculinity, but there's nothing called toxic femininity.
Dearly beloved.
You know why it's called toxic femininity? I mean, toxic masculinity? It's because you want to put rules in place to stop men from being men. Mm-hmm. And it's time for men to stand up and be men and go against the grain. It's time for men to say, no, that's not going to happen in my child's school. It's going to come to a time where we say, no, wife, let's sit down and understand what your role is, because I've let you go for so long being the woman that you don't need, that you're not supposed to be. And the reason that our kids are out in the streets, our daughter's out having sex, our son is smoking, our children are cussing out teachers, the behavior, our kids can't read is because we're out of line. And it's time for men, if you listen to me right now and you're in this situation, you need to sit down with your wife and say, listen, I was created to lead. You were created to help. Until we get to that point, nothing's going to be in line. Nothing's going to be in line. Everything is going to be chaos. Every day you get up, the enemy's going to find a way to destroy your family. Because I just told you what he said in the word. He said, I come to kill, steal, and destroy. I want to kill your marriage. I want to steal your children. I want to destroy the nuclear family. He's coming to kill, steal, and destroy. And we got people sitting on the panels laughing at marriage, laughing at vows, laughing that people, everybody in the past, in the 50s and 60s, 70s, 80s that got married, oh, they were abused. Oh, they were forced into marriage. Yes, some women were forced into marriage, but then then it's perception. I tell my kids, perception is reality. So if you get on a panel and all you're saying out your mouth in a repetitive sense is, oh yeah, those women were forced. Yes, a few of them were. But no, I'm a witness. I have a 91-year-old grandmother that will tell you no. I have 80-year-old aunties that will say no. 70-year-old aunties that will tell you no, I was not forced. That's my man. Those are my children. That's my husband. I wasn't forced into anything. Until men need to get it together. And I'm going to say this on my land because I ain't mean to go this far in, but I'm tired. Men need to, you know what? We need to start checking men. We need to get our families together. We need to tell our women, this is where it's going to be. This is how it's going to be. We need to tell our children, this is what it's going to be, how it's going to be. Get the nuclear family together, and then we go outside the home. And then we need to start doing like the old men did back in the day. When men got out of line back in the day, the men in the neighborhood got together and they checked him. Now we on the internet. It's easy. Now we're on the internet. We got men playing, acting like children. They 30 years old, 25 years old, 50 years old, 60 years old, kicking and playing like little boys, little children, and the world is crumbling right under our feet. Nobody's taking anything serious. Everything's a joke. Everything has to be, oh, we the trolls. And no, it needs to get to a point where we need to have content creators that says we're not going to have no trolling. Either you're going to have a real conversation or you're off the panel, or you're going to be out of my chat, or we're going to start kicking them out the chat. We need to start having serious conversations because our children, we're losing them. Again, going back to what I said, I'm from the land. The enemy says, I've come to kill, steal, and destroy. That means I want to kill your marriage. I want to steal your children. I want to destroy the nuclear family. And we're allowing it to happen by sitting on these panels, playing with people that don't take marriage serious. I don't want to argue with nobody else that don't have no wife to wake up to every day. I don't want to argue with nobody else that's going to tell me about what I believe when you don't believe it. When the Bible says, when you see my people, you will know them when you see them. It's a lot of people claiming to be Christians on these panels, and I can't see it. I can't see it because your talking points and the things that you're saying is relevant to what the enemy is trying to do: kill, steal, and destroy. How can you say I'm a Christian, I believe, and then 10 minutes later you're saying, oh no, I don't believe in traditional marriage. I don't believe that women should be submissive to men. I don't believe that men should be leaders. They should be partners. I'm done. I'm done.
Black man, I don't, there's nothing else.
They ran me hot. I'm sorry. I'm just, woo.
Listen, this is what Bolo says when he in his shows in the morning. Well, there's nothing more to be said. That was like a mic drop situation. So listen, other than men, we value you. We have to get the value back into our men. We have to have our ladies in place to be wives. I agree with everything you said. Y'all listen, it ain't tomorrow, is it? Well, it's actually tomorrow already for us. On Sunday is Father's Day. So for you all that are fathers and men, happy Father's Day. Do something nice. It's supposed to be a beautiful weekend. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy your family. Black men, what you said was outstanding. I have nothing much to add to it. I had something. I don't even know what it is now. But listen, tonight's show was great. I love all the participation that we have. And, this is refreshing to me. We have to continue on with this because often this is overlooked. The title of the show tonight was Content Creators Are Anti-God. And I meant what I said. And it is what it is. But I'm not going to change what I do. And of course, some of the people that we influence need to be about God also. And that's the whole point of it all. If we're up here as content creators and we don't believe in God and we're spreading a very anti-message, then we definitely need some correction. And this is my thoughts. But again, I said something I wasn't supposed to. But Black man,
hey, let me say this. One more thing.
Sure.
And then I'm done. Guys, you got to go read Ephesians 3:20. If you are in the word, I'm not forcing anybody. I can drag a horse to the well. I cannot make him drink.
All right.
So I want to say to the people who do believe, who may feel salty about the conversation tonight, or may feel salty about people who are changing the conversation and turning their back on what we believe as Christians and what we believe as Christian people. It says that this is for all the men. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. If you're not in your child's life and you wake up tomorrow, God has given you another opportunity to get it right. Call the baby mama and work that out. But I will say this. God is able to do, Ephesians 3:20 says God is able to do exceedingly and abundantly above all we can think or imagine. The reason earlier that we don't know why we breathe is because it goes beyond what we think. It goes beyond. It's amazing to me that we say God doesn't exist, but things are so particular. If I go to Antarctica and take off my clothes and then I start to freeze, how does my body know to take the blood from my feet and my hands to keep my heart pumping? How is that possible? How does the flowers know when the sun come up to open up and accept that sunlight into themselves to keep themselves growing? How do they know that? How does a dog know when she have a puppy to turn around and lick the puppy clean and milk the puppy and take care of the dog? How do birds know when to fly away when a storm is coming? It's all connected. And we're sitting here talking about it. Nothing exists. Nothing exists. Okay, that's fine. Again, God can do exceedingly and abundantly above all we can think or imagine. To those who believe, I pray for you. I love you. Those who don't believe, I love you too, because we're commanded by the word to love you too. Even though you may get on our nerves, we love you too. And to everybody in the chat tonight, thank you guys for supporting Security Boss. Thank you guys for supporting me at Black Men Unfiltered Network. If you're over there or subscribed over there, I'd love to have you if you haven't. But again, Security Boss, I'm sorry for taking over. I just need to say those words tonight.
The platform is yours, but I do want to say thank you, UNC, for your support and your $500 contribution to SB Nation. We appreciate you so much. And all of you, y'all, we got to continue this conversation. It ain't got to be just like this, but now everybody's been made aware. Everybody's been put on notice. Let's change the conversation and move forward. Yep. Y'all have a good night. And comment section, I appreciate you. Those of you that are first time here, make sure you subscribe to the channel, Black Men Unfiltered, and also SB Nation. Peace. Happy Father's Day, y'all. Enjoy.
All right, peace.
I can't stay. No, I always gotta go. Playing house, this ain't a home with my soul on the road. I can't sit still for a minute. I'm so dead set on indifference. Keep it Charlie, stay down with them Dickens. Let's get around like it's the 80s. Right round, let's keep spinning. Let's keep playing these games that we don't want to finish. And I'm sorry if that sounds a bit bitter, but I am to the core. You want the whole damn thing, then you ask him for more. You want that old jive swing, you take up all of the floor. I'm fine with standing at the edge of the door. You be the life of the party. I blend in with the core. You drink it all to Bacardi till the bottle's no more. Let's take it back for this started. You want the love, I don't got it. Got my soul on the road. You screaming stay, please don't go. Don't think it's in me to listen to foe. It's so different with distance we roam into zones where nothing get hurt anymore. I just wish I was home when I stepped through front door, but instead I'm alone and completely unsure. And even though you're screaming out with the best of intentions, I don't get it. Why do you always gotta ask me to stay? Why you always gotta go? Playing house, this ain't a home with your soul on the road. Say, why you always gotta go? Playing house, this ain't a home with your soul on the road. See, I've been lost in my thoughts, and my thoughts they too scared to usher off. Sorry, Mom, I just thought you were my world. Now you're not. And I'm just sitting, smoking, sloping in the days, cause my days ain't been the same since I drove your away. I remember the way you wrote letters in blue ink. You and me was in love. Think about what your crew think. I know your moms probably think I'm a bastard. Your pops probably wanna beat my death and take a in my casket. But I got sick of fighting, bickering, fussing over nothing, cussing. Instead of watching the death of discussions that we once had, days that we once spent in the backseat of our cars reading poets at sunset. It's funny how love can fall out the foreground, get pushed into the back of your mind. We used to twist a spliff and laugh and relax. Are you crying? And I'm trying to find the reasons, so I ask, does forever ever happen, or is it always fade to black? I can't stay. No, I always gotta go. Playing house, this ain't a home with my soul on the road. I can't stay. No, I always gotta go. Playing house, this ain't a home with my soul on the road.